Chapter 1336. Lesser Heaven-Span Mountain. Chapter 1336. Lesser Heaven-Span Mountain. Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly be those three old fellows' match? I don't believe it. Feng Ping's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He was more inclined to believe that Yi Yuan escaped the three of their pursuits and fled back to Jewel Hill City. Clearly, this explanation was much more reasonable. But Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "The reality is, I'm standing here right now, while their soul lamps are already extinguished, haven't they? Wan. Ji Yuxiang will know whether the three of them were finished off or not if he goes to the Yin Den to inquire. An. Ji Yuxiang was destined to leave with hope and return full of disappointment. Messing with the An. Ji family's people if he had nothing to do was also pretty good. When talking up to here, Yang Rui also could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, his gaze carrying some astonishment and confusion. He also could not figure out how in the world Yi Yuan, an initial stage grotto profound rookie, finished off those three great elders of the Wang family. Those three people were all grotto profound deity realms peak powerhouses already. Under Heaven Glimpse, virtually no one was their match. Unless Yi Yuan had Heaven Glimpse deity realm strength, otherwise, it was very hard to dispose of all three of them. Moreover, they even brought a large group of the Wang family's experts. When he asked Luo Jian was also vague and did not speak in detail. This made Yang Rui even more uncertain. In Yang Rui's eyes, this guest alchemist became more and more mysterious. But what assured him was that Yi Yuan's conduct drew a clear demarcation between whom or what to hate or love. Even under the situation where Luo Jian was heavily injured and dying, he did not escape alone either. Everyone said that time revealed a man's heart. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were all in his sight. Since that was the case, then the more powerful Yi Yuan was, it was naturally not some bad thing for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Sigh, Elder Feng, you and I have worked together for many years but didn't expect that there would actually come such a day. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, Yeah, I slogged for the Myriad Treasure Tower all my life, but I didn't think that what it exchanged for was this conclusion. Only see the newcomers smile, but don't hear the old-timers cry. Heh. Why does Elder Feng say this? Even though this Tower Lord puts Yi Yuan in an important position, I touched my heart and feel that I didn't neglect you, right? Regardless of whether it is spirit medicines or salary, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never owed you before. Yang Rui said. Humph. Now that it came to this, no need to say any more. Want to kill or dismember, it's up to your preference. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said. When Yang Rui saw that Feng Ping refused to listen to reason, he could not resist letting out a long sigh. He also did not expect that, in the end, it would actually end up with such a conclusion. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said, Luo Jian. Luo Jian received the order, his figure shooting out like a ghost. Ah! Yang Rui, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ping cried out miserably. Yang Rui still did not kill Feng Ping in the end, but wasted his divine C, making him become a cripple. Luo Jian escorted Feng Ping again. Yang Rui looked at Yi Yuan with an apologetic look and said, Young friend Yi Yuan, this time I've made you suffer a shock. I didn't expect that my Myriad Treasure Tower actually produced a traitor. This was Yang's oversight, nearly causing a great disaster. This Yang apologizes to young friend Yi Yuan here. At this point, Yang Rui would not think that Yi Yuan was still that cripple who needed to seek help from the Myriad Treasure Tower anymore. Being able to annihilate the Wang family's three great elders, no matter what kind of trump card Yi Yuan had, he very likely already had means to protect himself. This trump card could even pose a threat to Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Tower Lord's words regard me too much as an outsider. This matter was all Feng Ping's fault. What has it got to do with Tower Lord? To really say sorry, that should also this ye saying that. If not for this ye, the myriad treasure tower would not have gone so far as to have such a matter happen as well. Yang Rui waved his hand and said, Young friend, you don't need to be like this. Feng Ping has always been the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist, with a high position and heavy authority. Hence, his nature was not exposed as well. Even without you, he'll be a hidden danger of the myriad treasure tower eventually, with us not knowing when he'll erupt. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll have to thank Tower Lord very much. Tower Lord's grace towards this Yi is as weighty as a mountain. This Yi has no other strengths, only alchemy is pas. Sable. How about this? I'll refine a batch of divine-grade medicinal pills. Tower Lord can use this as a gimmick and attract Jewel Hill City's martial artists. Yang Rui was overjoyed the moment he heard and said with a laugh, Then I'll have to trouble young friend. Talking with smart people was effortless. Feng Ping being a cripple, Yang Rui still had to report this matter to upstairs, and request upstairs to send an alchemist over again. In this period, he would naturally need Yi Yuan to take charge of the overall situation. Actually, even if upstairs sent a 2-star alchemy God over, he would not be as effective as Yi Yuan either. Could 2-star alchemy GODS refine divine-grade medicinal pills? After all, Jewel Hill City, this kind of county, grotto profound deity realm martial artists and mortals were the population. In the following period of time, Jewel Hill City entered a relatively peaceful period. Outside of expectations, the W.A.N.G. family maintained great restraint after sustaining such heavy losses. As for the myriad treasure tower, they ushered in a period of rapid development. The rolling out of divine-grade medicinal pills raised Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower's reputation to the highest level. Of course, divine-grade medicinal pills were not what ordinary people could afford to consume, even if it was the lowest level Tier 1 low-grade divine pill. But this did not hinder the rise of the myriad treasure tower's reputation. This period of time, the myriad treasure tower's business virtually skyrocketed. ATC, hing away more than half of the three great families' business all at once. The myriad treasure tower's glory was unparalleled, while Yi Yuan himself entered close seclusion after preparing sufficient ties of medicinal pills. His cultivation had already stagnated for very long. Previously, there was always no time to increase cultivation. Now that all of the dangers were already resolved, he could finally settle down and think about the direction of his cultivation in the days to come. Boy, you have to think clearly. Comprehending heaven and earth laws on the world suppressing steel and creating a cultivation method that belongs to yourself, this is a prolonged process. Maybe you can comprehend a heaven-defying cultivation method, maybe you'll waste massive amounts of time. Inside the world suppressing steel, Dustless was doing his final urging. After all, the cultivation method that heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove left behind was already very heaven-defying. It could be cultivated all the way to peak Empyrean. This was a shortcut, but Yi Yuan refused to take it and insisted on taking a path of no return. Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before back when we were at the Immortal Grove region that I want to walk a path that belongs to me. No matter how arduous this path is. Dustless had been with Yi Yuan for a long time and had also figured out Yi Yuan's temperament, and knew that saying any more was useless. He could only let out a long sigh and said, this fellow, just like to walk one path till the end. I want to see whether or not you can also be heaven-defying in martial arts. Rumble. Inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC, an enormous mountain rose straight from the ground, charging straight to the clouds. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, A surge of unfathomable aura hit him head-on. It turned out that this was the world-suppressing steel's main body. Ugh, Yi Yuan could not resist using divine sense to probe this large mountain a little, but he was struck by a tremendous force, instantly making his divine soul sustain serious injuries. You, this punk, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great Tao concepts contained in this lesser heaven-span mountain are sufficient to exterminate heavenly emperor powerhouses, and you actually dared to offend it. Dustless said. Chapter 1337. Correspondence Point. Chapter 1337. Correspondence Point. Lesser heaven-span mountain? Yi Yuan muttered. A surge of gentle breath pervaded around Yi Yuan. Very soon, the injuries that his divine soul suffered became much better. Yi Yuan had obtained the world-suppressing steel for a long time and had yet to see before this appearance. When he faced this lesser heaven-span mountain, it was like when he was still at the immortal grove world facing heavenly Tao, that sort of feeling. Vast like the ocean, elusive and intangible, this lesser heaven-span mountain is the world-suppressing steel's main body, holding in store great Tao. Even a heavenly emperor won't dare to investigate it like you either. But you actually dared to profane heaven's prestige. Dustless said. Yi Yuan palpitated with anxiety and fear when he heard that. The rock brought down from the heaven-span mountain was indeed extraordinary. Since that's the case, why did you remind me earlier? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, How would I know that you, brat, are so reckless? I was just about to warn you, but you had already made a move. Dustless also said crossly. Yi Yuan smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. He saw that this lesser heaven-span mountain was extraordinary just now and sent out his divine sense at the behest of supernatural powers, wanting to investigate it, but did not know that it was actually so dangerous. Seeing Yi Yuan shut up, Dustless continued, The lesser heavenly empyrean immortal grove can only be for visualizing comprehensions, so one mustn't use divine sense to investigate it. This lesser heavenly empyrean immortal grove is unfathomable. With immortal grove's realm, he's also unable to pry into 1/10,000th of it. He guessed that this lesser heaven-span mountain might very likely be a supreme treasure inoculated by the heaven-span mountain, containing this portion of heavenly Tao's might. It's just a shame that heavenly empyrean immortal grove did not break through to heavenly emperor realm. Otherwise, he should be able to pry into a trace of the lesser heaven-span mountain's secrets. Yi Yuan's jaw dropped and he exclaimed in shock, This lesser heaven-span mountain's background is so great? If I fully comprehend the heavenly Tao contained inside the lesser heaven-span mountain, would I be able to reach the realm of Tao Ancestor? Dustless smiled coldly and said, Hey, you're dreaming. Do you think that this heavenly Tao is so easy to comprehend? Put away that unrealistic thought of yours. For you to visualize this lesser heaven-span mountain, being able to fully comprehend the first-level cultivation method within 5,000 years is already very impressive. The cultivation of deity realm powerhouses was easily in the units of 10,000 years. Over 5,000 years, that was really not considered a long time. Dustless's words were already regarding Yi Yuan highly. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the immortal grove world, he entered Tao with alchemy, and even triggered the resonance of great Tao. But in martial arts, he did not believe that Yi Yuan still had this kind of heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Got it, senior. I'll be starting now. If the outside world has any activities, wake me up in time. Dustless nodded his head and disappeared. Yi Yuan looked at the lesser heaven-span mountain ahead and murmured under his breath, Lesser heaven-span mountain already has such power. I wonder how terrifying the real heaven-span mountain is. Could it be that even Tao Ancestor, that level of realm, all have to comprehend Tao on the heaven-span mountain? Yi Yuan discovered that this world-suppressing steel was really a heaven-defying treasure. Disregarding that its potential was limitless, For others to want to go to the heaven-span mountain to comprehend Great Tao, they must arrive at the heaven-span mountain in person. But, as long as he possessed this lesser heaven-span mountain, it was equivalent to Yi Yuan carrying along a heavenly Tao by his side, able to comprehend at any time. This kind of advantage, probably if anyone knew about it, they would all be envious to the extreme, right? Maybe even Tao ancestors would be moved too. Then Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang sending Kanhua into the immortal grove world, maybe the objective was precisely it. It was just that Yi Yuan felt that Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang probably only suspected and did not know the lesser heaven-span mountain's true face. Otherwise, he probably would not send a puny little Kanhua over. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, he would absolutely make a move personally. His thoughts arriving here, Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed too. The treasures on him were more heaven-defying one after another. In the future, better be a little more careful, and he mustn't spill the beans. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Especially this lesser heaven-span mountain, once exposed, what he would have to face would likely be the entire heaven-span world's pursuit. Yi Yuan abandoned all distracting thoughts and started visualizing the lesser heaven-span mountain. This lesser heaven-span mountain was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. But how much one was able to comprehend still had to depend on the martial artist's comprehension abilities. Those with poor comprehension abilities, even if they obtained the lesser heaven-span mountain, it was no use either, their accomplishments limited. But even if one's talent was any better, they also had to emulate little by little. Ordinary martial artists relying solely on comprehension, they might not be able to break through to heaven-glimpse deity realm all their life. With the lesser heaven-span mountain, this process was bound to be shortened by several times. Even if one was any dumber, cultivating to origin deity realm was not a problem too. However, what Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was not just heavenly Tao, but comprehending a set of cultivation methods that belonged to himself from the lesser heaven-span mountain. This difficulty was immense. Put on some people, they might never be able to complete it all their lives. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was a complete cultivation system. He needed to comprehend heavenly Tao while perfecting the cultivation method, all the way until this cultivation method did not have the slightest flaw. Could he start cultivating? With Yi Yuan's current realm, he would definitely be unable to immediately complete a set of cultivation method. What he could do now was create the first level of the cultivation method, so as to ensure that he could cultivate to grand completion grotto profound. In addition, he even had to leave behind scalability for the second level cultivation method, laying down the foundation for him to create the cultivation method in the future. This process did not allow the slightest bit of errors. Using a word to describe, it was hard. As hard as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, that was why Dustless would become angry and disappointed. Moreover, creating whatever rank of cultivation method completely depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability could create very heaven-defying cultivation methods. Those with low comprehension ability, the cultivation method created might be hard to continue when cultivated to origin deity realm. Hence, there was a possibility that Yi Yuan doing so would gain less than what was lost. Dustless did not feel that Yi Yuan could create a more powerful cultivation method than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method could be cultivated to transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm. No matter how powerful, how formidable could it be? Except, Yi Yuan refused to believe in heresy. To Yi Yuan, rather than pinning his hopes on a Tao ancestor helping, it was better to realize it through his own efforts. He did not like that feeling of fate being grasped in the hands of others. Of course, Yi Yuan's ambitions were very big. But when he really started visualizing, Yi Yuan discovered that this was really very hard. Great Tao was boundless. When Yi Yuan started visualizing, He felt like he was seemingly situated in an endless wilderness plain, unable to find the direction at all. In front of heavenly Tao, he, this deity realm powerhouse, did not even count as an ant. Time said day by day. Yi Yuan attempted many methods but was unable to find the entry point. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to find his own path, he must first find a correspondence point with heavenly Tao. Just like reeling silk from OONS, without this correspondence point, Yi Yuan would forever not enter the door. It was just that talk was cheap, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Leaves fell without knowing autumn. In a blink, Yi Yuan spent 10 years' time inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. In 10 years, Yi Yuan attempted countless ways but was still unable to find this correspondence point. This result involuntarily made him somewhat discouraged. Know how foolish you are, right? This path of yours can't work. Moreover, you can afford to wait, but can that little lass afford to wait? By Yi Yuan's ear came Dustless's mocking. Chapter 1338. WENG Family's Main Family Arriving. Chapter 1338. WANG Family's Main Family Arriving. WANG Family's Branch. WANG Yuxiang has seen Sir Su and Elder Xian. In the WANG family's hall, an old man and a youth were currently sitting in the middle. Even WANG Yuxiang, this WANG family's leader, could only stand in the hall. WANG Lingbo was even only able to stand behind WANG Yuxiang and did not even have the qualifications to speak. Sir Su, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a high and mighty appearance. Clearly, he did not place WANG Yuxiang in his sight. WANG Yuxiang, your Jewel Hills branch's recent performance has made the main family very disappointed. A WANG family of such a size was actually almost pulled up by the roots by someone. WANG Su said carelessly. On the right-hand seats, cold sweat poured profusely on their foreheads when WANG Yuxiang and WANG Lingbo heard these words. Jewel Hill City's WANG family was merely a branch of the WANG family. The WANG family's main family was in Brightrays City. The Heavenspan world did not have a number of messy forces. There was only one city after another. Heavenspan world cities were divided into a total of 5 ranks, namely counties, capital cities, imperial capital, and great imperial capital. Counties were the lowest level cities. It was the city where powerhouses managed low-level martial artists and mortals. The numbers were abundant. Reaching capital city this level, it was not what the average person could enter. Mortals were absolutely barred from entering capital cities. Even deity realm powerhouses had to meet certain conditions too, before they had the qualifications to enter a capital city. The administrator of capital cities were at least all Divine Lord Realm and above. Jewel Hill City and Brightrays City were both counties, both belonging to Wu Meng Capital City. It was just that Jewel Hill City was a part of the very weak counties, while Brightrays City belonged to the stronger counties. 3 years' time had already passed since the WANG family's 3 great elders were killed by Yi Yuan. In these 3 years, Jewel Hill City's WANG family was extremely low-key, drawing back all businesses, waiting for this day. WANG Yuxiang made a trip to the Yin Wind Den, angering him until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. After a little inquiry, he learned that the WANG family's 3 great elders were all annihilated already. The news that Feng Ping brought was utter rubbish. But WANG Yuxiang very quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Being able to wipe out all of the WANG family's elites, regardless of what methods Yi Yuan used, it could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the W.A.N.G. family already suffered a great loss in vitality. They were already strong in will but lacking in strength to fight with the other families. His thought reaching here, W.A.N.G. Yuxiang decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden, informing Brightrace City's W.A.N.G. family's main family about the matter on this side. Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. family would have to pay large amounts of benefits as tribute to the main family at Brightrace City. What they were afraid of was the arrival of this day. 3 years had passed, said the W.A.N.G. family's main family finally sent W.A.N.G. Su and W.A.N.G. Xianfeng here. This W.A.N.G. Su was an outstanding member of the W.A.N.G. family's younger generation. He was less than 500 years old and already a grand completion grotto profound level expert. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng was even more remarkable. Not only was he a martial arts expert, but he was also even a 2-star alchemy G.O.D. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, business was business. Everyone had to observe the most basic rules of the game. Jewel Hill City's 4 great factions were originally balanced in strength. The W.A.N.G. family was the strongest, the Lu and Lin 2 families followed, the Myriad Treasure Tower the weakest. Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower rose domineeringly with divine-grade medicinal pills. For the W.A.N.G. family to want to make a comeback, they had to use business method. Once martial strength got involved, the City Lord Manor would inevitably have to intervene. Although the W.A.N.G. family's strength was even greater than Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor, what the City Lord Manor represented was Wu Meng capital city and could not be offended. Sir Su, the fault of the matter this time doesn't lie with the W.A.N.G. family. That guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is really freakish to the max. We were caught off guard too. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said. Although his realm was higher than W.A.N.G. Su's, he did not dare to offend him. This was a junior that the main family placed emphasis on grooming. His future accomplishments were limitless. An initial stage grotto profound turned your Jewel Hill City branch upside down. You guys are really promising. Don't failures always like to give excuses like that? W.A.N.G. Su said with a cold smile. What you heard may be false, but what you saw was true. W.A.N.G. Su was naturally aware of the news that W.A.N.G. Yuxiang reported. But in his view, this was Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. family being incapable, and not that their adversary was very powerful. All these information were mere excuses. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang did not dare to refute and said to W.A.N.G. Lingbo, present the thing and let Sir Su and Elder Xian take a look. W.A.N.G. Lingbo handed over 2 boxes respectfully. W.A.N.G. Su carelessly received it and gave a glance. His gaze was still just disdain. Divine grade divine essence pill? What does lowest grade tier 1 low grade divine pill count for? Don't you say so, Elder Xian? W.A.N.G. Su said with a laugh. Elder Xian, who had been silent all along, smiled when he heard this and said, Oh Yuxiang, just a mere tier 1 low-grade divine pill, it's nothing at all. With this old man around, his Myriad Treasure Tower has to coil even if it's a dragon too. Additionally, when I came, the head elder told me, Jewel Hill City's branch family has been conscientious and earnest these few years, and have made great contributions for the main family. Head elder specially permitted for Jewel Hill City's branch family to pick 3 elite disciples to enter the main family's Soaring Dragon Pavilion. W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's words made W.A.N.G. Yuxiang and W.A.N.G. Lingbo tremble all over, their faces revealing a look of wild ecstasy. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion was the place where the main family specially fostered elite disciples. Upon entering the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, one's future accomplishments would be limitless. The W.A.N.G. family suffered heavy losses this time. But being able to let elite disciples enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was also considered to have gotten a blessing in disguise. Thank you very much, Sir Su, Elder Xian. Thank you very much, Head Elder. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said agitatedly. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled and said, with this, Yuxiang, you don't have worries about attacks from the rear anymore, right? These few years, W.A.N.G. Su and I will be staying here. You guys put in more effort and squeeze the myriad treasure tower out of Jewel Hill City. This is the main point. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly said, Rest A.S. Assured, Elder Xian, Jewel Hill City's branch family will definitely cooperate fully with the main family. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang realized that the main family was finally going to seize this chance and make a move against the myriad treasure tower. 10 years, Yi Yuan did not obtain the slightest bit of progress. Rather, Dustless mocked beside his ear non-stop. Kid, give up. You only spent a year's time, you still have time to turn back now. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Senior, you and I have been together for a long time. You should understand my temperament a little already. I won't give up. Dustless said crossly, Boy, I acknowledge that your alchemy talent is exceedingly strong, but this martial Dao cultivation method is a completely different matter from alchemy Dao. Yi Yuan suddenly trembled all over, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Slapping his head, he said, Yeah. Why am I so stupid? Giving up a ready-made road and not walking, only caring about taking the roundabout way. Dustless froze, clueless why Yi Yuan was so excited without rhyme or reason. You kid, what did you think of again? Dustless said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said excitedly, Since it's creating a cultivation method that belongs to me, then it should be the cultivation method most suitable for me. Don't you agree, Senior? Dustless nodded woodenly and said, That is, of course. Then, Senior, what's my strongest path? Yi Yuan continued. Dustless said, Naturally, alchemy Dao. And? You want to use alchemy Dao as the correspondence point and create a cultivation method? This is also too ridiculous, right? Then the cultivation method created is specifically used to refine pills? Yi Yuan chuckled but did not say anything, stifling Dustless badly. Chapter 1339. Above the Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1339. Above the Heavenspan Mountain. In front of Yi Yuan were divine rank spirit medicines piled like a mountain. When refining the one-star heavenly mark pill back then, it was a focused practice. All of the medicinal pills he refined was all for the sake of finally refining the one-star heavenly mark pill. And now, Yi Yuan was going to cultivate initial rank one-star alchemy G.O.D. to the limits. In this aspect, the myriad treasure tower's powerful supply system became apparent. Under Yi Yuan's request, Yang Rui found a lot of very obscure divine rank spirit medicines. Now, the spirit medicines piled in front of him were as many as several thousand kinds. Of course, this was not all of Heavenspan World's Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicine type. Yi Yuan also did not require all Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines. He only needed an opportunity to comprehend heavenly Dao. After the first decade, Yi Yuan started a long process of comprehending alchemy Dao. Every kind of spirit medicines, he would experience it diligently, comprehending their medicinal properties. This task, Yi Yuan had once done before in the Immortal Grove world. Doing it now was not unfamiliar. It was just that the difficulty increased countless times. Time Paes said inside the world-suppressing steel, in a blink 120 years Paes said. In these 120 years, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the several thousand kinds of spirit medicine's medicinal properties. Yi Yuan's path of alchemy was summed up into just 5 words: a solid foundation, diligent practice. Expending 120 years and pouring all of their heart and soul into comprehending medicinal properties, this was an exceedingly dreary thing to others. Even for alchemists, not many were able to withstand such loneliness either. Yi Yuan could. These 120 years laid down Yi Yuan's foundation of refining divine pills very solidly. After 120 years, Yi Yuan finally started refining pills. He refined pills differently from others. He was doing it carefree and unrestrained, and not rigidly bound to pill formulas. There were successes, there were failures. This kind of incomparably dreary life, Yi Yuan consumed it pleasantly as if taking sugar plums. Spring went and autumn arrived, summer left and winter came. Time passed, said year after year. Finally, one day, a hint of insight flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. This trace of understanding was like a bolt of lightning that tore across the sky. Hence, he put down the pill refining and started visualizing the lesser heaven-span mountain in front of him. The lesser heaven-span mountain that had no activities all along emitted a blinding light at this time. These lights were resplendent with a myriad of colors, beautiful and magnificent. Yi Yuan, who was inside of it, was akin to have fallen into a wonderland. He finally knocked open this door using alchemy Dao. However, this was just the first step to Yi Yuan. He did not want to create a cultivation method used for refining pills. All along, Yi Yuan cultivated all sorts of cultivation methods, martial technique. They started rolling around in his mind non-stop. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Evil Extermination Sword Formula, 9 Characters True Word Formula. The current Yi Yuan was just like cooking a delicious dish. These cultivation methods and martial techniques were the ingredients, while the lesser heaven-span mountain was a large pot. Yi Yuan was immersed inside, completely forgetting the time. No idea how long had passed said either. The elementary form of a cultivation method gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan revised it continuously, perfecting, then revising again and perfecting again. At this moment, at the center of the heaven-span world, all martial artists' holy land, heaven-span mountain, it suddenly became incomparably berserk. A tsunami-like spiritual energy flooded down from the top of the heaven-span mountain. This wave of spiritual energy was too boundless, unable to absorb at all. The tremendous impact force directly sent the powerhouses currently comprehending Tao on the heaven-span mountain flying, miserable cries lingering on incessantly in the air. No matter how powerful their strength was, this was the true heaven and earth's might, not what human power could contend with at all. An incomparably gorgeous afterglow light halo wrapped around the entire heaven-span mountain, making the originally mysterious heaven-span mountain become even more unfathomable. After several breaths, the heaven-span mountain was already devoid of people. What happened to the heaven-span mountain? Who the hell knows what happened? Ouch, your father cultivated to the true God realm and has never fallen so badly before. Truly inconceivable. I've never seen before that the heaven-span mountain would actually give off such a terrifying heaven's prestige. Below the heaven-span mountain, numerous groups of martial artists had fallen into a disorderly mess, looking very wretched. But what they were even more astonished at was why the heaven-span mountain had such a change appear. Not good. The spiritual energy is flooding down. Quick, run. Suddenly, someone gave a shout. Everyone all kicked off the ground and sprinted wildly. This incomparably majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky like an avalanche. Once buried within the spiritual energy, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. They had never seen before such terrifying spiritual energy. Rumble. The spiritual energy hit the ground, gave off a sieve rumble, and rippled out into the distance. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for several tens of thousands of years already. This time, I'm finally going to break through. I'm going to break through too. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that there will come a day when I break through to true G-O-D too. Ha ha. After the spiritual energy landed, it finally became thinner. Under the impact of this majestic spiritual energy, the martial artists cultivating on the Heavenspan mountain obtained a blessing in disguise. Quite a number of people break through the bottleneck. Those who did not break through the bottleneck, their power also increased by a great deal. Not good. Can't break through now. Another wave of spiritual energy is rust. HI+ing down. Right at this time, somebody shouted again. It was only to see on top of the Heavenspan mountain, the nearly materialized spiritual energy poured down like an avalanche once more. At this time, above the void where everyone could not see, several voices were communicating something. Life, among the few of us, you lived the longest. Can you tell us what on earth is going on? A deep voice said. Don't know. Since this old man attained Tao, I've never seen before such a violent Heavenspan mountain. An aged voice said. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent once more. Suddenly, someone said, Hang on, the feeling that the Heavenspan mountain gives me this time is like it's celebrating something. Celebrating? Haha, Thunder Ancestor, are you joking? The Heavenspan mountain is a dead object. Even though it contains the might of heavenly Tao, how can it be possible to have human emotions? Ha ha ha. This old man has no choice but to be in awe of your wild fantasies, retorted another person immediately. At this time, Tao Ancestor Life suddenly opened his mouth again and said, I feel that what Thunder Ancestor said makes some sense. You all look. This is the third wave of spiritual energy avalanche already. Once such boundless spiritual energy spreads out, who knows how many people will benefit and break through. The feeling that this gives me is like benefiting all life. Tao Ancestor Life's words made everyone fall silent once more. But even if it's as you said, even you haven't seen the Heavenspan mountain like this before. Why would it suddenly become like this? Someone else questioned. Tao Ancestor Life slowly said, That's because the Heavenspan mountain has never encountered somebody or something that's worthy of it doing so. However, apart from the few of us, who else is worthy of it doing so? Another round of silence. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Life raised his head up and gave a long sigh, and he said, Heavenspan Mountain, oh Heavenspan Mountain, just what kind of existence are you? Just what is there above the mountain summit? Chapter 1340. Chaos Heavenspan Canon. Chapter 1340. Chaos Heavenspan Canon. What happened? I feel like I'm almost unable to breathe. What's the deal with this huge mountain? Why would such a giant mountain appear in the sky above Jewel Hill City? What terrifying pressure! I almost can't resist kneeling down anymore. It's the Heavenspan Mountain. This giant mountain is very similar to the Heavenspan Mountain. My G.O.D. What in the world is happening to Jewel Hill City? It wouldn't fall down, right? If such a large mountain were to drop down, the entire Jewel Hill City would probably be reduced to dust. Just as the entire Heavenspan Mountain was in chaos, when the Tao ancestors were forced out of the Heavenspan Mountain, the whole Jewel Hill City was similarly in a mess. Above Jewel Hill City, an enormous mountain appeared bafflingly. That pressure faintly contained the might of heavenly Tao, making everyone prostrate in wars. HI+P. Not just Jewel Hill City, the entire Wu Meng capital city's region, everyone was able to see this giant mountain. It was too big. Boundlessly huge. Elder Xian, let's hurry up and leave Jewel Hill City. Once this giant mountain falls, none of us can escape. W.A.N.G. family. W.A.N.G. Su's expression changed drastically as he said. In close to 30 years' time, W.A.N.G. Su and W.A.N.G. Xianfeng had always stayed in the W.A.N.G. family, causing immense pressure for the myriad treasure tower. It was just that seeing that towering heaven-span mountain in the sky, he seriously could not sit still anymore. The pressure that giant mountain brought made his two legs tremble. Xianfeng also looked incredibly grim as he said, "Let's go. Looks like this Jewel Hill city can't be preserved." After the two people conversed, they sped outside the city without even saying hello. Actually, it was not just them. The entire Jewel Hill city's martial artists were all fleeing outside the city. Currently, the city entrance was already blocked until not even a drop of water could seep through, all scrambling one after another. Even the city guards could not do anything about them either. Actually, there were quite a few city guards who also joined the ranks of escaping. That pressure in the sky was seriously too horrifying. How could the might of heaven and earth be what human strength could resist? At the myriad treasure tower, Su Linpu and Yang Rui were similarly looking at that giant mountain in the sky, their expressions flickering incessantly. "Tower Lord, aren't we going?" Su Linpu said. Yang Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Go? Can we leave? No matter how fast our movement techniques are, we can't possibly escape either. What in the world is going on? Why is it Jewel Hill City?" Su Linpu said with a belly full of puzzlement. "Yeah. The heaven-span world has countless cities. Why would it appear at Jewel Hill City? Could it be that the entire heaven-span mountain flew to Jewel Hill City? But how is this possible?" Yang Rui muttered. "In a twinkle, 30 years pass," said in the outside world. Yi Yuan spent 300 years inside the world suppressing steel. However, right when the entire heaven-span world was raging like a storm, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed rays of brilliant light, his entire person in a state of extreme excitement. His current state was excellent to the extreme. Opposite, the dustless in gray clothes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Seeing him meet his eyes, he used an extremely peculiar expression and asked probingly, "You kid, what the hell did you do?" With the cultivation method forming, Yi Yuan was currently excited. Seeing Dustless inquire, he said with a blank look, "Did what? Senior, haven't you been watching all along? I was creating a cultivation method that belongs to me." Dustless himself was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. He was certain that the terrifying happenings in the outside world were absolutely related to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not understand what the hell Yi Yuan did to actually be able to trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity. Do you know that right now Jewel Hill City is already in chaos? The heaven-span mountain actually appeared above Jewel Hill City's sky. Dustless said in immense shock. "An heaven-span mountain?" Yi Yuan currently had a blank look when suddenly, the mountains shook and the earth trembled. The heaven-span mountain above Jewel Hill City finally slowly landed. Rumble. A boundless pressure made the entire world changed colors. The grand array over Jewel Hill City was akin to paper under the heaven-span mountain. Arg! In Jewel Hill City, tragic cries linked up together. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flashed out from inside the world suppressing steel's S.P.A.C., his expression also becoming incomparably ugly. "Senior, what's going on here?" Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically as he talked. "You're asking me? I'm asking you. Wasn't this thing summoned by you?" Dustless said huffily. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and said, "Me? No way, right? Hence I'm asking you what the hell did you do to actually trigger such a heavenly punishment?" Dustless's voice was almost shrieking. He was very certain that this heaven-span mountain was summoned by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said depressedly, I don't know either. I was really creating a cultivation method and just finished." Asked you not to mess around, you insisted on doing it. Now you blundered, right? I want to see how you take care of it, Dustless said with an angry and disappointed appearance. Rumble. The heaven-span mountain obscured the sun. The area it covered was not just Jewel Hill City, one small plot of land. Those people fleeing had no place to hide at all. In the midst of everyone's despairing screams, the heaven-span mountain landed with a loud bang. However, it was not like everybody imagined. The end of the world did not arrive. That incomparably huge heaven-span mountain dissipated into nothing just like that. What's going on again? Where's that giant mountain? Haha, saved. I didn't die. I didn't die. Ha ha ha. Where did that giant mountain go? My God, it was too scary just now. At this time, Jewel Hill City was filled with rejoicing sounds of surviving the disaster. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure flaccid. Hi+ing, returning inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. once more. That instant he saw the lesser heaven-span mountain, a feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He discovered that the bottommost region of the lesser heaven-span mountain, the color seemed to have become a little darker. Senior, I feel like I seem to have refined a small portion of the lesser heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan used an extremely skeptical tone and said to Dustless. Dustless' gaze turned intent and he said doubtfully, Brat, you mustn't scare me. Immortal Grove obtained this lesser heaven-span mountain for millions of years and also didn't dare to say he refined it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his mind stirring slightly. The massive lesser heaven-span mountain was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, being placed above the palm by Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's eyes were almost popping out. Yi Yuan really refined it. How did you do it? Dustless said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I don't know either. Senior, you don't use this kind of expression to look at me, I really don't know. I just created the first level of the cultivation method, that's all. Dustless was similarly speechless and could not resist asking, just what kind of could not resist did you create? Yi Yuan said, I haven't thought of the name yet, but this cultivation method should be the most suitable for me. This cultivation method originated from the lesser heaven-span mountain, so I'll call it Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Chapter 1341. Terrifying Cultivation Method. Chapter 1341. Terrifying Cultivation Method Chaos Heaven-span Canon? Dustless mulled over this name and muttered, Could it be that this cultivation method you created called down the heaven-span mountain? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Who cares? Either way, isn't everybody fine right now? Senior, how long was I in seclusion? Over 300 years have already said inside the world-suppressing steel. Dustless was still somewhat shaken from shock at this time. Before Yi Yuan entered seclusion, he said that Yi Yuan needed at least several thousand years. But now, Yi Yuan only used the outside world's 30 years and created the Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Already been 30 years? I reckon that Tower Lord Yang they all are anxious again, right? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Without his medicinal pills, for the myriad treasure tower to want to stand out among the yes, it was really not too easy. Yi Yuan was just planning on leaving seclusion but was stopped by Dustless. Hang on. Your current realm has already reached the peak of initial stage Grotto Profound. It's just one step away from being able to break through to middle stage. This old man wants to see just how powerful this cultivation method you created is. Dustless said. He was currently full of doubts, very curious about this cultivation method Yi Yuan created. What kind of cultivation method could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity from the heaven-span world? Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, What Senior says makes sense. It's not late for me to leave seclusion after breaking through. Finished talking, Yi Yuan flicked his long sleeve. A pile of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes. All of them were divine-grade divine essence pills. With Yi Yuan's present strength, refining divine-grade divine essence pills was not considered some remarkable thing anymore. If outsiders saw Yi Yuan's extravagant cultivation style, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel. Divine-grade divine essence pills were hard to ask for in the outside world, with demand but no supply. But Yi Yuan ate it like broad beans. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very eager toward the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Although this cultivation method was created by him, this was just the cultivation method he derived from visualization based on the lesser Heavenspan mountain. As for how the specific results were, even he was also uncertain himself. Therefore, Yi Yuan started consuming a divine essence pill and a.s. salt middle stage grotto profound. The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Yuan refined it according to the Chaos Heavenspan canon he created. Then Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "What wrong?" Dustless asked rather nervously. Yi Yuan himself also had astonishment written all over his face as he looked at Dustless and said, "Already refined." Dustless's eyes stared like wide circles, and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Are refined? You're saying that you already refined the divine-grade divine essence pill?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, similarly incomparably shocked as he said, "Yeah. I just revolved the cultivation method, and the divine essence pills were refined into a wisp of divine essence, entering the divine sea." Hang on, the divine essence in my divine sea seems to have become lesser. With this, the two people were utterly bewildered. Dustless also detected it. Just now, Yi Yuan was already just a step away from middle-stage grotto profound. But in this blink of an eye, he actually became a long way off. What the hell kind of cultivation method did you create? This is also too freakish, right? Even if Dustless had lots of experience and vast knowledge, it was also his first time encountering this kind of situation. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Senior, although the divine essence became less, I feel that my divine essence seems to be much purer." Dustless thought about it and said, "Try refining a divine essence pill again." Yi Yuan nodded his head and started doing as said. As soon as the Chaos Heavenspan canon revolved, the divine essence pill was refined almost instantly. One had to know that for ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation method was a very heaven-defying cultivation method, refining a divine-grade divine essence pill needed half a month to a month's effort too. But Yi Yuan instantly refined it. This kind of refining speed was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence pill he refined it could not stir up even a trace of wave when it entered his divine sea. He simply grabbed 3 divine essence pills and stuffed them into his mouth, urging the Chaos Heavenspan canon once more. 3 pills were still too little. Hence, Yi Yuan refined divine essence pills one after another. Very soon, his divine essence pills were depleted fully. Close to 60-70 divine-grade divine essence pills were eaten completely by him like jelly beans. By the side, Dustless was just dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He had never seen before someone cultivating like Yi Yuan. Those were 60 to 70 divine essence pills. If it were others, their divine sea would probably be stuffed till it burst. This is simply a bottomless hole. Your initial stage grotto profound currently, and the expenditure is already so great. When your realm is high, then the resources expended can be extremely horrifying to describe. Dustless sighed emotionally as he talked. Yi Yuan looked at Dustless with a guileless look and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I can only earn money non-stop. Otherwise, with my current appet, it really can't fill me up." Dustless suddenly said, "You sense your divine essence, see if there's any changes or not." Yi Yuan nodded and said, and my divine essence seems to be way purer than before. Once I unleash martial techniques, the power should be able to increase several dozen%. Dustless nodded and said, Then that's right. No wonder this cultivation method of yours was able to trigger heaven and earth abnormal activity. Truly remarkable. I really didn't think that you, this brat, actually have such a heaven-defying lucky chance. Regardless of whether it was the essence energy Yi Yuan cultivated in the past or the divine essence he cultivated now. Martial artists' cultivation methods were different, resulting in the purity of the divine essence within their bodies to be different as well. The more inferior the cultivation method, the more impurities in the divine essence absorbed as well. Once the cultivation time increased, the divine essence in the divine sea seemed to already be filled to the brim, but in reality, the impurities accu mulat became more and more. Once reading the cultivation bottleneck, the effect of these impurities would be infinitely amplified, affecting the martial artist's breakthrough from there. Some people were unable to break through a small bottleneck for all their lives. It was this reason. Pure divine essence also had many benefits, such as greatly increasing the power of the martial techniques released, such as even greater battle endurance. All in all, the benefits were too many to enumerate. A powerful martial technique could allow multiplication of the martial artist's combat power. But a cultivation method determined how far this martial artist could walk in the end. If Yi Yuan cultivated Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method, then it would be absolutely impossible for his accomplishments to surpass South Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. What Yi Yuan wanted was not just Empyrean or Heavenly Emperor realm. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of reaching the Tao Ancestor realm, he had to give it a try. Hence, that was why he thought of creating a cultivation method belonging to him. Looking at it now, the effects were still pretty good. Looks like wanting to break through to middle stage Grotto Profound, it still needs several hundred divine-grade divine essence pills. Right now, the divine essence pills are already depleted fully. Got to go out and refine anew, Yi Yuan said helplessly. According to this degree of consumption, it was simply unimaginable in the future. When Yi Yuan showed up at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he discovered that inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was stark empty, the business seemingly very bleak. This situation made Yi Yuan very surprised. Even if his seclusion time was a little long, it was not to the extent of the Myriad Treasure Tower becoming like this either, right? Before he came, the Myriad Treasure Tower even contended with the other three great families. Hong Yin, what's going on here? Why isn't there a single customer in the Myriad Treasure Tower? Yi Yuan said to Hong Yin, who was currently snoozing. Chapter 1342. Immortal Grove Shaken. Chapter 1342. Immortal Grove Shaken. At the Immortal Grove world, currently, a storm was arising. Traces of profound power were flowing between heaven and earth. The already decrepit Fong Tian suddenly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. Senior! Senior! Bang! Fong Tian's door was directly burst open by someone from outside. Ting Yun's figure appeared in front of him. It was only to see Ting Yun having a look of wild ecstasy as he said, Senior, do you feel it? Ha, we're finally able to break through to the deity realm. Fong Tian smiled and said, That's right. Divine Tao laws have finally returned. The Immortal Grove region gained a new lease of life and came back to life. Most importantly, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan is still alive now. Just earlier, Fong Tian distinctly sensed that his realm that was unable to break through for several tens of thousands of years finally had a trace of loosening up. Over the years, he had long already seen through the secular world and severed that trace of thought. He never thought that right on his deathbed, the opportunity to become a deity actually descended upon him. To Fong Tian, breaking through to the deity realm was just lightly striding out the distance of a small step. This Immortal Grove region, He was bound to be the first martial artist to break through to the deity realm. Ting Yun said excitedly, "Haha, yes. Not only is Yi Yuan alive, but he's also living very well. Truly can't imagine, it's been less than 50 years, and he already regained heavenly Tao for the Immortal Grove region." Fong Tian had a look of relief and said, "Yeah. These few years, I've always been worried about Yi Yuan's safety and never thought about being able to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan really gave me a huge surprise." How could Fong Tian not be surprised? Once he broke through to the deity realm, his longevity would increase greatly. Living another 50,000 years was absolutely no issue. More importantly, with his cultivation realm comprehensions, breaking through to the heaven glimpse deity realm was also something sooner or later. At that time, his lifespan would still have an even greater increase. Yi Yuan really gave him a massive gift. Right at this time, a terrifying aura surged towards the sky. An overwhelmingly powerful divine beast pressure swept across the entire law enforcement hall. Fong Tian's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "It's Senior Skydistant. Come, go out and take a look." Up above in the sky, an enormous black tortoise divine beast blocked out the sun and covered the sky. A horrifying pressure spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Ha ha! Divine Tao laws finally returned. The thing that heaven took away from me back then finally still came back. Ha ha! Skydistant's unbridled laughter was akin to waves of rolling thunder, rippling out, startling countless powerhouses. To others, even if heavenly Tao returned, it was also impossible for them to break through to the deity realm right away. But Skydistant was originally a deity realm powerhouse. Heavenly Tao returning, he virtually returned to deity realm at the first moment. Furthermore, it was grand completion heaven glimpse deity realm. White light, it's really great. Big brother Yuan he's alright. The leader who had always been cool and quiet was also somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. These few decades, she was practically worrying about Yi Yuan every minute and second. All the way until today, a large boulder in her heart finally landed. White Light also had an excited look and said, we have to step up our cultivation. Otherwise, when we reach the heaven-span world, we'll be dragging Big Brother down again. Heavenly Tao returning anew, I believe Big Brother's strength probably advanced by leaps and bounds in these few decades. Lear nodded her head, approving immensely in her heart. These few decades she really did not cultivate properly before. Not that she did not want to, but that she was unable to calm her heart down all along. Now she wished that she could enter closed seclusion straight away and cultivate, striving to break through to deity realm as soon as possible. At the Dzfal mountain range, land of exile, the ancestor here was the same as Skydistant, also returning to the deity realm. Junior, you really gave birth to a fine son. I truly didn't expect that he actually really did it. Looks like him lifting the curse and letting the clansmen walk out of here is also just a matter of time, said the ancestor. But Ao Jun sighed slightly and said, it's been hard on him these few years. Ancestor smiled and said, you don't let your imagination run wild now. Heavenly Tao returning, you have to cultivate well. When you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to resist a portion of the curse's strength, your lifespan increasing greatly. Otherwise, when Yuana returns and discovers that his mother is already gone, wouldn't he poke a hole in the sky? Ao Jun giggled, being tickled by the ancestor too. Nodding, she smiled and said, what ancestor said is right. With his temper, he might really do that. While at this time, Kunwa looked in the direction of the world-locking gate and murmured, that boy really made it there safely. However, what on earth did he do there? It's just been 50 years. Could it be that he already broke through to the Divine Lord realm? That's impossible. Sigh, really envious of Dustless that old fart to be able to follow there. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan had to reach Divine Lord Realm before he could deliver heavenly Tao and mystic Qi to the immortal Grove world through the two great Empyrean spirit treasures. But it had just been 50 years, and Yi Yuan did it. Only 50 years to break through from initial stage Grotto Profound to Divine Lord Realm. This was simply nonsense. Ah! As Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Hong Yin was startled, only then realizing that it was Yi Yuan. She was extremely surprised. The closed seclusion this time reached a critical moment, so the time was a bit long. What's wrong with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Why isn't there a single customer in this hall? Yi Yuan asked. Isn't it still the W.A.N.G. family? Ever since Sir took care of the W.A.N.G. family, they were very low profile the first few years, low-key until they were almost non-existent anymore. But later on, they invited a 2-star alchemy god from Brightrays City's main family, SN.ATC, hing away the Myriad Treasure Tower's glory all at once. These few years, our Myriad Treasure Tower was jointly suppressed by the City Lord Manor and W.A.N.G. family. We are already almost unable to hold on anymore, Hong Yin said urgently. 2-star alchemy god? The W.A.N.G. family really played a big move, to actually even move out a 2-star alchemy god. It looks like we were still too benevolent previously, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With Yi Yuan's temperament after the incident last time, he would have destroyed the W.A.N.G. family. However, Yi Yuan considered Jewel Hill City's situation and knew that once he made a move against the W.A.N.G. family, the City Lord Manor would definitely have to intervene, so he let them off. He did not expect that they did not repent and correct their mistake. It went from bad to worse instead. Sir Yi, that 2-star alchemy god of theirs is very formidable. Not only did he push forth divine-grade divine essence pills, he even rolled out heaven-grade Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills. They are trying to exterminate us once and for all, Hong Yin said indignantly. Inviting a 2-star alchemy god already broke Jewel Hill City's unspoken rules. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally could not fend off. Yi Yuan said curiously, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. Since the W.A.N.G. family invited a 2-star alchemy god, why doesn't Tower Lord Yang invite a 2-star alchemy god from the higher-ups? Hong Yin said helplessly when she heard this. Sir doesn't know this. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is very weak in the entire Wu Meng capital city area. Not only do we have to bear extremely heavy taxes, but there are also even all kinds of restrictions. Hence, 2-star and above alchemy gods are all scarce resources. Normally, they are all allocated to some larger counties. These few years, Tower Lord has also requested from them, but Jewel Hill City, this kind of small place, the higher-ups simply just turned a blind eye and let us run our own course. Chapter 1343. Essence Cultivating Pill. Chapter 1343. Essence Cultivating Pill. Although he had long guessed a little, the Myriad Treasure Tower being so miserable still made Yi Yuan very surprised. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a heavenly emperor's business, to actually perform so miserably. So, we can only rely on our own efforts? Yi Yuan said. Hong Yin nodded helplessly and said, it's this logic. But they have a 2-star alchemy god. We can't win this battle, no matter what. Yi Yuan smiled and said, a 2-star alchemy god sounds impressive, but in Jewel Hill City, those that can use up to 2-star divine pills, and can afford to use them, how many are there? Hong Yin said, but the W.A.N.G. family's Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills quality are all very high. They already squeezed us to the point of death. Yi Yuan said with a nod, and Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills are indeed a problem. Looks like I'll have to break through earlier. Hong Yin was stupefied, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan said with a smile, All right, I'll go and meet Tower Lord. Oh right, is Miss Wanru still all right? Mentioning Miss Wanru, Hong Yin smiled and said, couldn't be better. Miss Wanru's martial arts talent is really very incredible. Her strength already surpa. Said mine now. Yi Yuan's brows shot up and he said, she improved so quickly? Liang Wanru breaking through to the deity realm was also just a matter of these few decades. But Hong Yin was a deity realm powerhouse long ago. In a short few decades, Liang Wanru Serpa, as said Hong Yin. This kind of improvement speed could be described using terrifying. Hong Yin suddenly changed to a wistful expression and said, yeah, I'm already no longer Wanru's match now. I say, sir, you saved Wanru and also discarded her to one side without caring. It doesn't seem to be too good to her, right? Our Wanru thinks about you every day until she's infatuated. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, shook his head and said, don't talk nonsense. This Ye's heart is long committed already. I saved Miss Wanru just because she's my savior and didn't mix in the feelings of men and women. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and left, leaving Hong Yin behind with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan felt his head swell too. His own affairs had yet to be sorted out, did not expect to leave behind a love dead again here. It was just that Liang Wanru was his savior. Yi Yuan could not sit by idly and remain indifferent no matter what. He owed Li'er and Mu Lingxue too much, and could no longer accommodate others in his heart. Looks like I'll have to reduce contact with Miss Wanru in the future. Otherwise she'll probably fall deeper and deeper, Yi Yuan muttered to himself helplessly. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness. Oh my! Younger brother Yi, if you still didn't leave seclusion, our myriad treasure tower would have to close down shop for good. Yang Rui pulled Yi Yuan and said. Under this situation currently, Yi Yuan was his only hope. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Tower Lord need not worry. The myriad treasure towers matters, I've already learned from Hong Yin there. Yang Rui's gaze glinted. At first it was a pleasant surprise. But very soon it was doubt again as he said, you really have a way? But it seems like there's still a very long way to go from the middle stage grotto profound. Want to refine tier 1 middle grade divine pills. One naturally required their strength to reach the middle grade grotto profound first. The disparity between deity realm powerhouses was too great. Wanting to leap realms and refine divine pills, that was virtually something impossible. After Yi Yuan cultivated the Chaos Heavenspan canon, his realm did not increase, but fell instead, looking almost the same as before he went into closed seclusion. Therefore, Yang Rui expressed doubt toward Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Tower Lord rest a.s. Assured, you just send the word out. Our myriad treasure tower is going to roll out a brand new tier 1 divine pills. The effects are double compared to the essence increasing pill, the price unchanged. Additionally, this kind of medicinal pill is available in all varieties, from low grade to divine grade. Every time Yi Yuan said a word, Yang Rui would be a degree shocked in his heart. Essence Increasing Pill was a medicinal pill that middle stage grotto profound used to cultivate. The medicinal efficacy was even greater than the divine essence pill. When martial artists took divine essence pills until it had no more effect, they would normally choose to buy essence increasing pills. The journey of cultivation, without the assistance of medicinal pills, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Not many had Yi Yuan's heaven-defying means, to be able to refine divine-grade medicinal pills unceasingly. Hence, they could only purchase higher-level medicinal pills. Talking solely on medicinal effects, the medicinal effects of divine-grade divine essence pills were about the same as high-grade essence increasing pills. However, divine-grade divine essence pills were much more expensive than high-grade essence increasing pills. The reason was that divine-grade medicinal pills could be consumed limitlessly. It was just that to the vast majority of martial artists, divine-grade medicinal pills were just of little help. Even if they could afford divine-grade divine essence pills, it was also not possible to consume it long-term. Therefore, divine-grade medicinal pills were generally just a gimmick. Those who really purchased them were actually not many. After W.A.N. G. Xianfeng came to the W.A.N. G family, he rolled out several kinds of heaven-grade Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, which were naturally very popular. Jewel Hill City's alchemists purely had to hit the jackpot to refine heaven-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan actually said that he was going to launch a brand new kind of Tier 1 divine pills. This made Yang Rui shocked until his jaws dropped. Younger brother Yi, you can't joke around with me, right? Double the effect of the essence increasing pill? Why have I never heard of such a medicinal pill before? Yang Rui felt that Yi Yuan must be joking. Even in Wu Meng capital city, the cultivation medicinal pills that middle-stage Grotto Profound used were also essence-increasing pills. He had never heard before what kind of medicinal pill's medicinal properties was double that of the essence-increasing pill. Furthermore, the price was even the same as the essence-increasing pill. This was truly too fantastical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "It's also very normal for Tower Lord to not have heard of it before. This divine pill's name is called Essence Cultivating Pill. This Yi saw this medicinal pill in a very ancient CLA.'s sick record. If Tower Lord feel worried about this Yi, then Tower Lord can also promote it again after waiting for this Yi to refine it." Yi Yuan giving Yang Rui a heads-up right now was naturally in order to garner IB.A.L.S. and let the essence-cultivating pill's temperature heat up first. This way, it was naturally beneficial to the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. If launching it after refining, they would naturally lose the initiative in terms of time. Actually, this essence-cultivating pill was not what Yi Yuan saw in some records. It was not even taught to him by Dustless. This essence-cultivating pill was a pill formula Yi Yuan created when he entered Dao with alchemy. Yi Yuan never adhered rigidly to pill formulas when refining pills. The majority of alchemists, when refining pills, all of them refined according to pill formulas, familiarizing with the medicinal properties through pill formulas. But Yi Yuan's focus was always on the spirit medicines, comprehending pills formulas with spirit medicines as the foundation. If not for so, he would also be unable to create the Tao-defying pill, that kind of heaven-defying pill formula. When at the Immortal Grove region, he already created numerous pill formulas. Now Yi Yuan entered Dao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, this cultivation method. His understanding toward alchemy Dao also became even deeper. Coupled with that, he already fully grasped those several thousand kinds of Tier 1 spirit medicines' medicinal properties. Creating a few pill formulas was nothing much to Yi Yuan. The essence-cultivating pill was one of them. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, this brother doesn't mean that, don't you misunderstood me? It's just that younger brother's words are too shocking, that's why this brother would be so astonished." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord don't have to stand on ceremony. For this Yi to be able to have today, it was all thanks to the Myriad Treasure Tower. This Yi isn't someone who shows ingratitude for kindness. Why would I get angry because of this small matter?" Chapter 1344. Giving it to you. Chapter 1344. Giving it to you. Did you guys hear? The Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the word. They are going to launch a new kind of medicinal pill called what again? Essence Cultivating Pill. Right. It's Essence Cultivating Pill. Goodness gracious, it's remarkable. I heard that this Essence Cultivating Pill's medicinal effects are double that of the Essence Increasing Pill. You believe that too? Do you think that it's selling cabbages at the market? Do you know what kind of concept double is? Makes sense. I reckon that it's the Myriad Treasure Tower can't sustain anymore, deliberately coming up with this gimmick to attract customers. Honestly speaking, Our Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower is indeed a little weak. But in order to compete with the myriad treasure tower, the W.A.N.G. family benefited us, these bottom-level martial artists. Whether or not the myriad treasure tower can stir up any wave, we'll just wait and see. The word that the myriad treasure tower let out continued brewing in Jewel Hill City. But the majority of the people were not optimistic about the myriad treasure tower. Essence-cultivating pill, this medicinal pill, and body had heard of it before at all. At least, within the entire Wu Meng capital city's area, no one had heard of such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Even when Yang Rui heard Yi Yuan's words, he had a look of disbelief, let alone these ordinary martial artists. At the W.A.N.G. family's residence, numerous high-level members were all scoffing at this matter. Elder Xian, in your opinion, how great are the chances of the myriad treasure tower being able to bring out this essence-cultivating pill? W.A.N.G. Su asked. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying disdainfully, in my view, not even 10%. The essence-increasing pills formula has been circulated in the heaven-span world for no less than 100 million years. It had long been developed to the limits already. How can a medicinal pill even stronger than it possibly appears? Take 10,000 steps back. Even if that kid really has the ability to defy the heavens and improve the pill formula, increasing 5% on top of the current foundation is already reaching the acme of perfection. Double the medicinal efficacy, nonsense. Hearing W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's words, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts also dissipated into nothing. Since that's the case, then it's the myriad treasure tower that's at the end of its ropes? W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled and said, I think they should be failing already. All these years, they have probably reached the limit already. W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's words made everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. This fierce battle that had lasted for close to 30 years could finally end. Finally, it still ended with the myriad treasure tower's defeat. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said joyfully, squeezing away the myriad treasure tower, it was all thanks to Sir Su and Elder Xian. Once the myriad treasure tower leaves, Sir Su and Elder Xian's cultivation resources will be fully covered by Jewel Hill City's branch family. Elder Yuxiang don't need to be courteous. Jewel Hill City's branch family and Brightrace City's main family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill, W.A.N.G. Su said with a laugh. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang was slightly fearful in his heart, secretly alarmed by this W.A.N.G. Su's experience and cunningness. These words sounded like it was refusing, and also like accepting, leaving you scratching your head. It was equivalent to not saying anything. But not saying was equivalent to saying it. Brightrace City's main family's young generation, the Compet. 1. Tian was very fierce too. For W.A.N.G. Su to want to charge out of the heavy encirclement, it inevitably could not dispense with the support of resources from all around. Therefore, saying these words were actually equivalent to accepting Jewel Hill City's branch families drawing closer. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang was a figure who became shrewd with age as well. He naturally would not fail to discern the meaning of W.A.N.G. Su's words. Sir Su, Elder Xian, once the myriad treasure tower falls, our Jewel Hill City branch family's grudge can be avenged. A glimmer of cold light flashed across in W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's eyes. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled and said, that is, of course. That kid is merely a guest alchemist. With the two of us around, Yang Rui won't dare to be impudent too. Once the myriad treasure tower withdrew, Yi Yuan would be a rootless duckweed. How he was to be needed, wasn't it still up to others? The W.A.N.G. family had two mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Wasn't dealing with a Yi Yuan capturing with ease? Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, he could not help jumping in fright, an expression like having seen a ghost. How did you break through? Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a long way off from middle stage grotto profound. Half a month later, he broke through? This kind of speed was also a little too fast, right? Ordinary martial artists cultivating, from initial stage grotto profound to middle stage grotto profound, it needed several thousand years no matter what. Even geniuses with exceedingly good talent, extremely powerful cultivation methods, under the accumulation of large quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills, it also needed to expend several hundred years' time. Before leaving seclusion the last time, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not so astonishing. Hi+ing yet. But this time it was truly a bit too fast. Breaking through in 15 days, could it be that there was no bottleneck? Yi Yuan smiled and said, had some enlightenment during the previous closed seclusion. The closed seclusion this time broke through the bottleneck in one shot. Tower Lord knows it. Not only do I have divine-grade divine essence pills on me, but also there are even divine-grade essence cultivating pills. Yang Rui trembled all over, and he said in surprise, you really refine the essence cultivating pill? Yi Yuan laughed and said, could it be that Tower Lord really thought that I was joking with you? You look. A small medicinal bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Upon opening, medicinal fragrance overflowed. Such plentiful medicinal strength. Yang Rui received the medicinal pill with pleasant surprise and examined it carefully. When laying eyes on this essence-cultivating pill for the first time, Yang Rui was incomparably certain in his heart that the myriad treasure tower would survive. Even though it was impossible to judge the strength of the medicinal strength from the appearance, that abundant medicinal strength filled him with confidence. Younger brother, can I try it? Yang Rui asked with some agitation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course you can. Yang Rui sent the medicinal pill into his mouth with a slight stir. Once the medicinal entered the mouth, a surge of majestic medicinal strength instantly filled the whole body. He clearly felt his divine essence that had not moved for a long time actually have a slight trace of increase. This discovery made Yang Rui incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, with his realm, this level of medicinal pill was already completely useless to him. Even if Yi Yuan claimed that this medicinal pill's medicinal efficacy was double of the essence-increasing pill. But that sort of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. His divine essence really had a slight trace of increase. When the Su Linpu by the side saw that the expression on Yang Rui's face was extremely fascinating, he could not resist asking, how is it, Tower Lord? Yang Rui ignored him, but turned towards Yi Yuan with a look of wild ecstasy and said, younger brother Yi, you're really exceptional. I can be sure that as soon as this medicinal pill is rolled out, probably the entire heavenspan world will go crazy because of it. This essence-cultivating pill truly brings benefits to the entire heavenspan world's bottom-level martial artists. Su Linpu's expression changed, sighing with amazement. The weight of Yang Rui's words were too heavy. Benefiting the entire heavenspan world, it could be seen that this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying to the max. This evaluation was too high. But Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a jade slip, saying with a smile, this is the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, I'll give it to Tower Lord. These few years, this Yi received the myriad treasure tower's great grace. I have nothing to repay it with. I'll use this essence-cultivating pill's pill formula as payment. Yang Rui's entire body trembled, using an extremely skeptical gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, younger brother Yi, you aren't joking, right? Do you really not know what this essence-cultivating pill means? Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's precisely because I know it. Hence, that's why I'm giving it to Tower Lord. Chapter 1345. Sold out. Chapter 1345. Sold-out Yang Rui gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and found that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile. He was startled inwardly and understood very quickly why Yi Yuan did it. This boy has such meticulous thoughts. Gifting pill formula, this move is simply beautiful to the extreme. Yang Rui praised Yi Yuan in his heart. Even Yang Rui could discern the significance of this pill formula, so how could the others not perceive it? Once this essence-cultivating pill spread out, it would definitely be like a plague, spreading throughout the entire heavenspan world. That way, the essence-cultivating pill was not only not a good thing to Yi Yuan, but it also became a hot potato instead. So much so that it would invite a fatal disaster. But, if the Myriad Treasure Tower possessed the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, it was completely different. The Myriad Treasure Tower was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. People who dared to have ideas on his business were really not many. Even those true powerhouses would not find trouble with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure because of a measly little Tier 1 middle-grade pill formula either. This first point was Yi Yuan's wise and discreet self-preserving move. The second point, just as Yi Yuan said himself, it was in order to repay the kindness. It was just that this big gift was a little too heavy. Once the essence-cultivating pill is released, the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely be able to sweep across Jewel Hill City like cruise. Hi+ing dead leave. And Yang Rui contributing the pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely obtain the upper echelon's substantial rewards. This favor could not be said to not be big. Of course, Yang Rui understood that if it was in order to keep discreetly out of harm's way, Yi Yuan could completely not take this pill formula out. As long as he did not take it out, everything had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This way, it was sufficient to see that Yi Yuan was someone who valued relations. Hi+PS greatly. He only took out such a bombshell. In order to save the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui sucked in a deep breath and said, "Younger brother Yi, I understand. In the future, we'll address each other as brothers. This favor, elder brother, I received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll be haughty and call Brother Yang." Brother Yang, this essence-cultivating pill's refinement is rather difficult. If Elder Song has any areas he doesn't understand, you can have him come find me. Yang Rui nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Elder Song was the new one-star alchemy god that upstairs sent. It was just that after he came, it did not change the Myriad Treasure Tower's predicament at all. Me came late again. You bunch of animals, it's also too early, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower is going to release another batch of essence-cultivating pill today. Not coming earlier, can't even drink a mouthful of soup. It, I'll give you 50 divine essence stones, you give your place to me, how's that? Screw off. Want to buy my place with just 50 divine essence stones? 500, not a single piece fewer. Furthermore, after you buy the essence-cultivating pill, you must share with me one. I'll buy at the original price. Go to HELLU. As soon as the essence-cultivating pill rolled out, it was immediately like a tornado, instantly sweeping across the entire Jewel Hill City. The Myriad Treasure Tower's door was almost burst open. Yi Yuan made use of that half a month's time and refined a large batch of essence-cultivating pills. The rest, he did not care. In operations, Yang Rui and Su Linpu were clearly much more experienced than him. The two people formulated a series of promotion tricks, recruiting 3 groups of martial artists outside to test the pill for free. In the first batch, quite a number of people harbored doubtful attitudes. Those who really came to test the pill were not many. But it was precisely after this first batch of people tested the pill, the essence-cultivating pill's reputation blew up in one go. The essence-cultivating pill was a brand new kind of medicinal pill. Consuming this medicinal pill the first time, the effects were the most apparent. Even though everyone doubted the essence-cultivating pill's medicinal effects, The people who paid attention were a lot. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the big talk. But after the few people testing the pill consumed the essence-cultivating pill, the results were immediate, their auras surging immensely on the spot. This kind of effect was absolutely what the essence-increasing pill could not attain. The people who tested the pills were like having picked up a treasure, all incomparably excited. With this, it stirred up everyone's appetite. 1T. Hence, the slots for the second batch and third batch of pill testing, everyone went crazy. Someone auctioned it off at a high price when they obtained the slot to test the pills. It was said that the highest price was auctioned at 10,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. After 3 batches of pill testing, the Myriad Treasure Tower's sales immediately became explosive to the max. A never-before explosive. Same price, but medicinal effect was double of the essence-increasing pill. Who would still go and buy the essence-increasing pill? Hence, not just the W.A.N.G. family, inside the Liu family and Lin family shops, it virtually became completely deserted overnight. W.A.N.G. family, everyone all became ants on a hot pan, all going in circles anxiously. Elder Xian, didn't you say that it was absolutely impossible for the essence-cultivating pill to exist? Now we don't have any response measures at all, and are very passive. W.A.N.G. Su grumbled. W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's face was also very ugly. Of course, even more, it was an embarrassment. He said with certainty previously, declaring that it was absolutely impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to refine whatever essence-cultivating pill. Now, this face was smacked resoundingly loud. In reality, W.A.N.G. Su knew that even if the W.A.N.G. family responded in advance, facing the essence-cultivating pill's powerful offensive, they were still at a complete loss as to what to do. This can't blame me either. Do you all know what this essence-cultivating pill's appearance means? W.A.N.G. Xianfeng said. It means that our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't hold on anymore. W.A.N.G. Su said crossly. These few decades, in order to challenge the Myriad Treasure Tower, the W.A.N.G. family's expenditures were tremendous too. They were originally planning on dominating Jewel Hill City after exhausting the Myriad Treasure Tower to death. But they did not expect that they did not exhaust the Myriad Treasure Tower to death, but instead, let the Myriad Treasure Tower deal a head-on blow. This blow was too vicious. It might directly smack them to death. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled coldly and said, "Foolies. H. plus W.A.N. Ji-Su, your horizons are too shallow. How can you take on major responsibilities in the future? In my view, this essence-cultivating pill's appearance is going to affect the entire heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure will make use of this medicinal pill to AMA's countless riches." W.A.N.G. Su smiled coldly and said, Elder Su, do you think I haven't considered this point? It's just, do you feel that that boy named Yi Yuan will hand over the pill formula? This pill formula's value simply can't be estimated. Facing such huge profits, who would easily spit it out? W.A.N.G. Xianfeng froze. He did not think of this layer. W.A.N.G. Su looked at W.A.N.G. Xianfeng and continued, "Therefore, this kid is digging his own grave. Don't look at how they are rejoicing right now. Before long, that boy and the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely lose all decorum. When the time comes, Hearing W.A.N.G. Su's A.N.A. Lysis made W.A.N.G. Xianfeng and the rest kindle hope once more. W.N.G. Yuxiang said, "Then Sir Su's meaning is, we continue to hold until they fall out?" W.A.N.G. Su nodded his head and said, "That's right." W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's expression was ugly as he said, "But our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower's vast wealth after all. These few years we've already depleted all of our resources. Continuing to stall, I'm afraid that the myriad treasure tower hasn't fallen, and our W.A.N.G. family will collapse first. W.A.N.G. Sue had stayed in Jewel Hill City for several decades and naturally had an understanding of the W.A.N.G. family's financial resources. He thought about it and said, "These 2 days, I'll ask for help from the main family, have them support Jewel Hill City's branch family. The war is already fought until now, just see who can last longer." Chapter 1346. A Lucky Chance. Chapter 1346. A Lucky Chance. Elder Feng, how is it? You refined it? The one asking was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Towers Han Tian. The old man opposite him was the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, 3-star alchemy master, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "This old man has cultivated alchemy Dao for tens of thousands of years. I've never thought that I actually can't even refine a Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill." Han Tian's shock was by no means insignificant and he said, "Failed? This isn't possible, right? A mere Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill, even you, this peak 3-star alchemy God, actually can't refine it?" Half a month ago, Han Tian received the essence cultivating pills pill formula that Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower transported over through back channels. After receiving Yang Rui's intel, Han Tian immediately realized a huge business opportunity. Hence, he started mobilizing Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists and started refining the essence cultivating pill according to the pill formula. But he discovered very quickly that he was too naive. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was short on manpower, there were still some 2-star alchemy GODs. But among these 2-star alchemy GODs, there was actually not a single person capable of refining the essence cultivating pill. In amazement, Han Tian found a 3-star alchemy God to refine. The result was still the same. In the end, Han Tian, who was out of options, finally engaged 3-star alchemy God Xiao Feng. But what astonished him was that even Xiao Feng actually failed. Was this essence cultivating pill so hard to refine? Xiao Feng let out a sigh and said, "This pill formula seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. If without extremely deep comprehensions toward alchemy Dao, it's impossible to refine one. This old man is still lacking some level of attainment. Actually, he was already very close to success. It was just too bad that no matter what, he could not break through that final checkpoint." When Han Tian heard these words, he could not help losing heart. When he just obtained the essence cultivating pill formula, he even thought that he picked up a treasure. But looking at it now, it was purely of little value. If it could not be refined, what could be done even if this pill formula was any more impressive? "I didn't expect that it was actually drawing water with a sieve." "Sigh," Han Tian said helplessly. Xiao Feng thought about it and said, "Tower Lord, I have an idea." Han Tian said listlessly, "What idea Elder Feng has, feel free to say." Xiao Feng said, "I wish to make a trip to Jewel Hill City." Han Tian froze and hurriedly shook his head and said, "This isn't appropriate, right? Elder Feng, your status is exalted. How can you condescend your exalted self to that kind of secular place? You want to meet that guest alchemist called Yi Yuan, right? If you wish to meet, I'll just send people to fetch him here." To them, Jewel Hill City, this sort of place was not worth them heading there at all. But Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "That's not right, Tower Lord. As it goes, those who reached first can teach. Since that Yi Yuan already refined the essence cultivating pill, it indicates that his understanding of alchemy must be deeper than mine. At least on the refinement of Tier 1 divine pills, I'm inferior to him. This kind of figure is bound to Serpa. This old man in the future, we should give him adequate courtesy. Such a genius, once employed by our Myriad Treasure Tower, He'll definitely be a pillar of the myriad treasure tower in the future. Han Tian thought about it and said with a nod, Elder Feng's words make sense. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Feng to make a trip. If possible, you must bring him to Wu Meng capital city. Xiao Feng said, Hoo, not a trouble at all. I have a feeling that perhaps this trip is a lucky chance for me. Half a year's time Pius said in a twinkle since the myriad treasure tower launched the essence cultivating pill. In this half a year's time, the shops of W. A.N., G family, Lin family, and Lu family were all completely devoid of people. The launch of the essence cultivating pill was a virtually catastrophic blow to them. The Lin family and Lu family were still a little better. But the W. A.N. G family was already spending more than they earned. The myriad treasure tower and Yi Yuan split that W. A.N. Ji Su said with certainty, they kept failing to see it. This half a year's time, Yi Yuan spent it very cozily. Apart from refining a batch of essence cultivating pill every day, it was cultivating inside the world suppressing steels S. P. A. C. comprehending concepts. This half a year also made Yang Rui crazy with delight. The myriad treasure tower could be described with the saying bringing in bushels of gold daily. Every day Yang Rui was immersed in the midst of shock. He had a score in his heart. The divine essence stones that the myriad treasure tower earned in this half a year could virtually be placed in the same category as Brightrace City, that kind of large county. Finally, the W. A. G family could not sit still anymore. At this time, W. A. G Su was currently at Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. Hoo, younger brother W. A. Ji Su, how have you been? I heard that your brother, W. A. G Song, already broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse, right? City Lord Chen Yongyan said with a laugh. W. A. Ji Su smiled and said, Brother Chen's intel is very up-to-date. His breakthrough was also a thing of last year. Chen Yongyan said with an envious look, W. A. G Song's talent is exceedingly high and also has the W. A. G family as a backer. Unlike us impoverished people, we have got to be busy with secular affairs every day. W. A. G Su smiled and said, Brother Chen, you're the lord of a city, wielding great power in your hands. Other people are all too envious. Chen Yongyan chuckled and said, Younger brother W. A. G Su coming this time, it's not for no reason, right? W. A. Ji Su silently cursed this sly old fox, but he still had a smile on his face as he said, That is, of course, but the matter of cultivation, Brother Chen doesn't have to worry either. As long as Jewel Hill City's W. A. G family pulls through this crisis, Brother Chen's cultivation will be covered by Elder Yuxiang, don't you agree? W. A. Ji Yuxiang by the side hurriedly said, That is, of course. In the past, it was our W. A. G family who couldn't do it. We hope that City Lord, Your Excellency, is magnanimous enough to forgive us. This time, our W. A. G family prepared a slight gift, just take it as an apology. W. A. G Yuxiang's heart was dripping blood. Even if the W. A. G family tides over this disaster, the largest share of their income in the future would probably have to be used to pay tribute. W. A. G Su, W. A. G Xianfeng, and now, throwing in another Qin Yongyan, this expenditure was too great. Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists were still a little better. But W. A. Ji Xianfeng and Qin Yongyan were both Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm martial artists. Their expenditure to the W. A. G family, the pressure was still huge. But compared to the W. A. G family collapsing entirely, clearly this result, he could still accept. All of this was brought by Yi Yuan that punk. W. A. Ji Yuxiang had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones in his heart. This Chen Yongyan was Wu Meng Academy's same-year students with W. Jisoo's elder brother, W. Jisong. Wu Meng Academy was Wu Meng Capital City's government-managed school. The students that graduated from here were mostly dukes or princes of a region, representing the various major counties managed by Wu Meng Capital City. After the two people came out of Wu Meng Academy, one came to the remote Jewel Hill City to be City Lord, while the other became Deputy City Lord at Brightrace City. Although one was head and one was deputy, because the cities were different, their statuses were naturally different too. W. Jisong, this Deputy City Lord, had a higher position and more authority compared to Chun Yongyan, this City Lord. Furthermore, W. Jisong broke through to the late-stage Heaven Glimpse first. Later on, he might even be placed in an important position in Wu Meng Capital City. To talk about this Chun Yongyan, he was also an extremely shrewd and wily old fox. The Myriad Treasure Tower and W. Family's struggle, he naturally took it into his sights, but bade his time all along waiting for the W. Family to come and find him. Now the W. Family indeed could not hold on any more. Even though he was the city lord, the various major families' taxes, he had to turn it over to higher authorities. The city lord manor still had enormous expenditures. What he could have from the leftover was naturally not much. Hence, that was why he would use this kind of method to make the W. Family take the initiative to pay tributes to him. These were filling his own pockets. Hoo, Elder Yuxiang is too courteous. You all coming to find this city lord this time, is it because of the Myriad Treasure Towers matters? Only now did Chun Yongyan lay his cards on the table. Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? A banquet with hidden dangers. Yi Yuan, this banquet you mustn't go. Yang Rui said solemnly. At this time, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan both received an invitation in their hands. These two invitations were issued by City Lord Manor. The four families fought for so long, City Lord Manor had always remained silent. This time, they were finally making a move. It was just that Yi Yuan received an invitation too. This made Yang Rui very uneasy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just go. Why shouldn't I go? They are aiming at the essence cultivating pill. If I don't go, this matter will probably never end. Yang Rui naturally knew that they were aiming at the essence cultivating pill. But if Yi Yuan went, he felt uneasy. Those going this time were all experts. He could not protect Yi Yuan by himself. I know, but I'm afraid that this invitation will be detrimental to you. Yang Rui said. No way, right? This time, it's the city lord coming forward personally. No matter how courageous their few families are, they also don't dare to act wildly in front of the city lord, right? Yi Yuan said puzzledly. Yang Rui sighed and said, you don't know this. That W. Jisoo, who came from the W. Family's main family, his elder brother came out of Wu Meng Academy with City Lord Chun Yongyan. Before you exited seclusion, the City Lord Manor actually suppressed us directly and indirectly. The intentions are already very obvious. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, you're saying that they are acting in collusion, all targeting us? Yang Rui nodded and said, if barring no accidents it should be so. Hence, for the sake of your safety, you'd better not go. The complexity of Jewel Hill City's situation exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. However, this could not scare him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, since they are already riding on top of our heads, we can't avoid it no matter what. Not going today, they will always have a way to come and find trouble again. Rather than that, might as well take this opportunity, everybody lay it out on the table, that's better. Yang Rui said anxiously, goodness, why are you so obstinate? That City Lord Chun Yongyan is a middle-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. Once he steels his heart to deal with you, I can't stop him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Tower Lord is overly concerned. Even if they have that layer of relations, HI plus P, I think the City Lord won't make a move without careful consideration too. After all, his ident. 1. tie is placed there. Unable to persuade Yi Yuan, Yang Rui still brought him over. He could only place his hopes that Chen Yongnian could have misgivings about the myriad treasure tower's prestige, and not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan. The City Lord Manor's main hall was very large. The banquet was very sumptuous too. That young City Lord on the seat of honor also wore a broad smile. He looked like he had a good relations, HI plus P with everyone. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking had said did Chen Yongnian bring up the topic. Thank you all for giving this City Lord this face, to be able to come to the City Lord Manor and get together. Everyone, all present here are my Jewel Hill City's pillars of strength. Everyone says that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Doesn't everyone agree? Chen Yongnian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Everyone immediately felt immense pressure. Even Yang Rui felt tremendous pressure too. City Lord, Your Excellency, is right. Lu family's old head said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Everyone says that amiability brings wealth. Haha, Lin family's old head also concurred. But G Su smiled faintly and said, what Brother Chen says is right. Jewel Hill City is everybody's, not one family's. It's not good to be overbearing. Chen Yongnian looked towards Yang Rui and said with a smile, Tower Lord Yang, what say you? Yang Rui's expression was rather ugly as he smiled slightly awkwardly and said, this. He was very reluctant. When the Myriad Treasure Tower was about to go out of business back then, why didn't you, Chen Yongnian, say so? Now that the W.A.N.G. family was collapsing, you came forward to posture? Except, the pressure that Chen Yongnian gave him was too great. He had no choice but to lower his head. Strength was one aspect. More importantly, what Chen Yongnian represented was Wu Meng capital city. Yang Rui's words reached the tip of his tongue, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Delicious. Too delicious. TSK. City Lord Manor is indeed not an ordinary place. The taste of this dish is excellent. Yi Yuan smacked his lips, enjoying it greatly. In this situation, the Lin family's family head, Lin Zitian, Lu family's Lu Jinghao, as well as W.A.N.G. Lingbo, could only stand at one side. But Yi Yuan was sitting carelessly to Yang Rui's right, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Chen Yongnian's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan directly ignored him and only cared about his eating. Chen Yongnian felt his fist land on cotton, feeling very uncomfortable. Even the initial stage heaven glimpse Yang Rui yielded. This punk actually deliberately came out to cause trouble. Yi Yuan, could it be that you have objections towards this City Lord's words? Chen Yongnian said with a frown. It was only after hearing his name being called did Yi Yuan raise his head. He looked towards Chen Yongnian, saying with a blank look, City Lord, Your Excellency, did you say something just now? Your dishes are too delicious, I didn't hear. Pretend. Carry on feigning. When he spoke just now, the entire main hall could hear. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not hear it, but, got to say, Yi Yuan was a very crucial figure today. Otherwise, he would not specially give him a seat either. Chen Yongnian reined in his temper and said, This City Lord said earlier, everyone is in the same city and meet frequently. If enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Don't you say so? Yi Yuan was thrilled the moment he heard and said with a smile, Enemy? Who's the enemy? My enemy Sup is Drunken Wind in's Little Red. Could it be that City Lord knows this Yi likes this and called her here too? Drunken Wind Inn was Jewel Hill City's largest brothel. This Yi Yuan still knew. But Little Red was him talking nonsense. Chen Yongnian was nearly angered until he had internal injuries. This guy was clearly inserting dialogue for comic relief on purpose. Yang Rui sweated profusely as he listened by the side, while G Su and the rest had gloating faces. Offending the city lord in Jewel Hill City was not some wise move. Chen Yongyan gave a cold snort, but said to Yang Rui, "Tower Lord Yang, this city lord only hosted this banquet on account of everybody's contributions to Jewel Hill City for many years, and let everyone bury the hatchet. Is this your myriad treasure tower's attitude?" This cold snort, Chen Yongyan used the aura of middle stage heaven glimp. The impetus was very shocking. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he was just about to speak but was intercepted by Yi Yuan, who said, "Haha, turns out what city lord is talking about is this. Say it earlier." "You don't say, how would I know? Burying the hatchet is good. I wonder what brilliant idea city lord, your excellency, has?" Chen Yongyan was just about to suppress Yang Rui with ruthless means and force him to submit. But having Yi Yuan cause a disturbance like this, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan brought him around a roundabout and circled back again. Wasn't this messing with him? However, Chen Yongyan did not wish to make things too unpleasant either. It was true that he was targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower today, but he would try his best not to make a move to the best of his ability. To actually employing martial strength was a problem too. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not to be trifled with as well. This was a heavenly emperor powerhouse's business. Chen Yongyan endured his anger, snorted coldly, and slowly said, "I have an idea. Everyone, we discuss it a bit, see if it works or not. Tower Lord, if there's money to make, everybody should earn them together. Don't you think so? Your Myriad Treasure Tower's essence cultivating pill is too tyrannical. This way, everybody doesn't have means of subsistence anymore. Why not you all take out the essence cultivating pills selling rights and share some with the Lin and Lu 3 families?" Chapter 1348. The Greatest Benevolence. Chapter 1348. The Greatest Benevolence, Bullying People Too Far. The moment Chen Yongyan's voice faded, Yang Rui quickly stood up, with a look of unrestrained rage. This request was seriously too much. Today, this was clearly a treacherous plot. Chen Yongyan brought the 3 great families to force an abdication. "Tower Lord Yang, don't get agitated. Sit down and talk." Seeing Yang Rui did not sit down, a surge of powerful aura released from Chen Yongyan's body, oppressing Yang Rui. In an instant, Yang Rui felt immense pressure. The strength of middle stage heaven glimpse was much stronger than initial stage heaven glimp. Yang Rui did not have any leeway to resist in front of him at all. Just as Yang Rui could not bear the pressure and was about to plop his bottom down, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. A wave of faintly discernible aura slowly rose. Chen Yongyan's face changed, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan with astonishment. This aura of Yi Yuan's was not cultivation realm suppression, but contained a kind of Dao concept. Under Yi Yuan's surge of aura, Chen Yongyan's aura actually had a feeling of imminent collapse. Chen Yongyan was greatly astonished. If the standoff continued, his Dao heart would collapse. Chen Yongyan withdrew his aura, the pressure on Yang Rui's body suddenly eased up. But his gaze turned toward Yi Yuan in astonishment. "City Lord, Your Excellency, things can be talked through. Overwhelming people with power like this isn't good, right?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. A middle stage grotto profound actually made a middle stage heaven glimpse's aura give a wide berth? This was truly too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan's aura originated from the lesser heaven span mountain. It also originated from the Chaos Heaven Span Canon. Yi Yuan's cultivation method was a terrifying existence that triggered the entire Heaven Span world's abnormal activity. Using cultivation realm pressure in front of him, wasn't it looking for a pummeling? This city lord making him sit down, isn't it in order to discuss properly? It was Tower Lord Yang who got agitated on his own. This city lord convened everyone together in order to discuss a good countermeasure. Chen Yongnian found a way out for himself. However, this could not conceal his inner shock. Only then did he know that this middle-stage grotto-profound boy in front of him seemed to be even more troublesome than Yang Rui. Yi Yuan gave Yang Rui a look, motioning for him to sit down. He then smiled and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, don't blame this Yi for saying unpleasant things. It's truly that you're demanding an exorbitant price. The profits of the essence-cultivating pill, everybody is aware. Their 3 families don't need to do anything and want to have a piece of the pie. How can there be such a good thing in the world? We also didn't say do nothing. What conditions there are, you all feel free to state them. Otherwise, if you really press the 3 of our families, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business can also forget about operating any further." Ji-Su said coolly. These words were rather shameless. Use one's T to think, and the person would also know that what Ji-Su was referring to was definitely some despicable methods. The meaning was, if I have a hard time, you all can also forget about having a good time. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "That's more like it. Since you want to negotiate, you naturally have to bring out sufficient sincerity. As long as you all are willing to offer enough price, it's also not like this essence-cultivating pill can't be given you all." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. Of course, apart from Yang Rui. Yang Rui said anxiously. The reason why the Myriad Treasure Tower could run a monopoly was because of the essence-cultivating pill's advantage. If they gave the selling rights to the other 3 families, their advantage would be all gone. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely would not agree. Yi Yuan gave him a look, indicating for him to hold his horses. Ji-Su forcefully suppressed the wild elation in his heart and said calmly, "What conditions there are, feel free to list them. As long as it's not too overboard, I believe everyone won't refuse. Everyone is all in Jewel Hill City, mutual benefits and coordinate development is the right path." Half a year said, the essence-cultivating pill's reputation already gradually spread to other places. Right now, many other cities' martial artists would also rush to Jewel Hill City without paying heed to the distance, in order to buy the essence-cultivating pill. At present, the essence-cultivating pill's price rose again and again. But the people coming to buy the medicinal pill were still going after it like a flock of duck. This medicinal pill's profits were too great. How could Ji-Su not be delighted? Not just him. The other 2 families' old heads also revealed expressions of wild ecstasy on their faces. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually agreed so easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My condition isn't overboard at all. To you all, it's merely a matter of lifting a finger." Hearing these words, the 3 families' hearts eased up. It seemed like the Myriad Treasure Tower was still afraid of the City Lord Manor in the end. Yi Yuan paused for a bit, but his gaze looked toward Ji Lingbo and said indifferently, "His life, exchange for the essence-cultivating pill's selling rights. How is it? It's a good deal, right?" The rest were still okay, but the Ji family's people's faces all changed drastically. Ji Lingbo even pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Brat, what do you mean, Ji-Su's face fell and he said, "Are you making a fool out of our 3 families?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, "This is already my greatest sincerity." At the Yin Wind Den, the Ji family's 3 great elders hunted Luo Jian and me down. Don't tell me that this wasn't your idea. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. It's already my greatest benevolence to not let the Ji family be buried in death. Previously, Yi Yuan was afraid of breaking Jewel Hill City's balance and made things difficult for the myriad treasure tower. That was why he would spare G Lingbo's life. With his temper directly exterminating the G family back then was also not impossible. But now, these few families were already riding on top of his head. How could Yi Yuan possibly show mercy to him? Make my G family be buried in death. Your esteemed self has such high-sounding sentiments. With just the likes of you, a middle-stage grotto profound? G Yuxiang said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan, everyone said that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Even though the G family sent people to hunt you down back then, you're safe and sound right now, while their elders are all dead. This is also considered evening up. Give this city lord face and drop this matter at that, all right? Chen Yongnian finally spoke up. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "The essence cultivating pills prophets, there's no need for me to say no more. I just have this one condition. Agree, everything can be discussed. Disagree, then there's no need to discuss anymore." Yi Yuan's casual sentence sealed off all of the retreat paths. The atmosphere instantly fell to a freezing point, becoming peculiar. Yang Rui was expressionless, but in his heart, he prostrated in admiration toward Yi Yuan. This move was played too beautifully, directly kicking the ball back to the other party. G Lingbo's weight was not light nor heavy, just nice. If it were G Yuxiang, then it would appear too insincere. G Lingbo was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist and did not count as much. But he was also the G family's present family head, his status being extraordinary. At this time, all of the focal points were gathered onto G Lingbo. Especially Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, their gazes faintly looked towards him. What was even more nable was that G Su's gaze also wittingly or unwittingly flitted over. Clearly, he was very conflicted. Who was G Lingbo? How could he not perceive the current situation? G Su, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're going to kill your own clansmen because of this boy's one sentence? G Lingbo's expression changed and asked him. Chapter 1349. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Chapter 1349. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Cough, cough. Elder brother has misunderstood. How can this G have this kind of idea? G Su said, rather awkwardly. One had to admit that Yi Yuan's suggestion indeed made him tempted. G Lingbo, this level of martial artist, could easily be found among people in the main family. Losing one to exchange for the essence cultivating pills, selling rights, was still very worth it. But this sort of words could not be said no matter what. Those who accomplished great things did not bother with the trifles. He was already weighing it over in his heart, whether or not to dispose of G Lingbo in secret, and then find Yi Yuan for peace talks. G Yuxiang's expression was also very ugly. That faintly imperceptible look of G Su's just now, how could he not tell? Making him use his son's life to go exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights. He was not willing even if beaten to death. He would rather fight it out with the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan's condition made the banquet's atmosphere become delicate. G Yuxiang's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, we came with sincerity, can you also show your sincerity? Sincerity? Where's the sincerity? Ho-hoo, pardon this Ye's eyes for being blind, but I don't see it. You all don't have sincerity, but this Yi came with the greatest sincerity. G Lingbo took action against me back then, he should have today's reckoning, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. An. Ji Lingbo was angered until he gnashed his teeth in hatred by the side. He knew that right now, apart from his father, probably everyone wanted him dead. City Lord, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is clearly borrowing a knife to kill people. Don't accept his provocation. Even if we really kill my son, what if their myriad treasure tower reneges? What to do? An. Ji Yuxiang said solemnly. Chen Yongnian fell silent. His attitude made An. Ji Yuxiang's and An. Ji Lingbo's hearts sink to rock bottom. With this city lord around, I believe the myriad treasure tower won't go back on their word, right? Chen Yongnian looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word but did not answer. An. Ji Lingbo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, City Lord, what do you mean? Chen Yongnian said coolly, What do I mean? Everybody is doing business in Jewel Hill City, each relying on their own ability. But you sent people to hunt down the other party. It already overstepped the boundary. The moment Old Man Lin heard these words, he immediately concurred. Yeah. Everyone is clear about the cause of this matter. Wasn't this all caused by that shameless younger sister of yours? It was your An. G family's wrongdoing to begin with, and then you guys still wanted to exterminate everyone. It's too much. Old Man Lu also said, the martial path has the martial path's rules, while business has business rules. An. Ji Lingbo, you doing this has greatly ruined the rules of business. An. Ji Lingbo's expression turned deathly pale. He finally knew what was called everyone kicks a man who was down. You all, shameless. An. Ji Lingbo was angered until he could not even speak. Before coming today, he was still very excited. But he never dreamed that this play today would actually ring the funeral bell for him. Now, this situation, everyone already wanted to kill and be done with it. Even the fellow clan member, An Ji-su, was also sharpening his knife. An. Ji Yuxiang was extremely furious too and rebuked, You two old fogies, shut up for me. You all are really shameless to the extreme. Chen Yongnian said coolly, What they said is right too. An. Ji Lingbo, since you did something wrong you have to bear the consequences. Are you doing it yourself, or do you want this city lord to take action? Chen Yongnian seemed to be talking about a very dull matter, his voice not carrying a trace of emotion. An Ji Lingbo trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he could not escape his doom today. His gaze suddenly looked towards An Ji-su, seemingly grasping the last strand of life-saving straw, saying urgently, Sir Su, we're close relatives of the same clan. Could it be that you're also going to be subjected to the sowing of dissension by these despicable villains? He knew An Ji-su's status. If An Ji-su opened his mouth, Chen Yongnian might not be unscrupulous and brazen. An Ji-su looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to give him a glance at all. The matter already developed to this kind of extent. He already had no need to protect An Ji Lingbo anymore. Elder brother, it's not that An Ji-su isn't saving you, it's truly a situation where the evil we bring onto ourselves are the hardest to bear, An Ji-su said emotionally. An Ji-su's words became the final straw that brought down the camel, shattering all of An Ji Lingbo's fantasies. Suddenly, An Ji Lingbo's figure moved, speeding outside of the main hall. Humph! Courting death. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, directly reaching a claw out. An Ji Lingbo's figure abruptly stopped. But right at this time, An Ji Yuxiang also made a move. There was no way he could watch his son be killed unfeelingly. Chen Yongnian's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, overestimating your own ability. While talking, Chen Yongyan turned his claw into a palm. A surge of immense force emerged in full force. Bang! Just one palm, W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out backward. In front of Chen Yongyan, W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang was weak until he did not have any strength to retaliate. Following that, Chen Yongyan turned his palm into a claw once more. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo's figure was actually directly burst open by a powerful essence energy, while from start to end, Chen Yongyan just sat still. With a wave of a hand, one dead and one injured, the aura that looked down upon the world was displayed in its entirety. At this time, W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang was still lying on the ground, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. His gaze when looking at Chen Yongyan was filled with killing intent. The pupils of Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also shrunk, looking at Chen Yongyan with incredible shock. They also did not expect that Chen Yongyan was actually powerful to this kind of extent already. It seemed like he was also merely a step away from late-stage heaven glimpse. Chen Yongyan killing W.A.N. Ji Lingbo with ruthless means and bringing down W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang also had the intention of establishing HI+ing prestige. He already had not displayed his strength in front of the public for many years. Now let them take a look that he, this city lord, was not someone to be provoked. Of course, the most important was still shocking Yi Yuan, making him realize his promise. The Yang Rui by the side was long dumbstruck with amazement already. Before coming, he never thought that Yi Yuan's casual few sentences would make the alliance of the three great families and city lord manor to fall apart. Now W.A.N. Ji Lingbo was dead and W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang severely wounded. The W.A.N. Ji family was virtually crippled already. Not only was this youth's talent extremely high, these means and resourcefulness were also exceedingly formidable. Truly terrifying. Except, after witnessing Chen Yongyan's means, Yang Rui no longer had thoughts of getting lucky. Looks like Yi Yuan also knew that the essence-cultivating pill could not be protected anymore. Hence, that was why he would maximize the role of the essence-cultivating pill, using it to knock dead the W.A.N. Ji family father and son. Clearly, he succeeded. Yi Yuan observed all of this from the sidelines the whole time. These people all posed as people of high morals, but they disowned all relatives and friends in front of benefit. Truly laughable. Putting it bluntly, they were a bunch of despicable people who only sought profit. Finished doing all these, Chen Yongyan used an indifferent gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, W.A.N. Ji Lingbo broke Jewel Hill City's business world order, even death cannot atone for his crimes. Tower Lord Yang, Yi Yuan, what to do next will depend on you all. Depend on us? Depend on us what? Yi Yuan switched to a smiling face and asked with a smile. His words made everyone's faces changed. Could it be that this boy was going to go back on his word? Chen Yongyan's face fell, and he said, the condition that you raised, I've already promised you on behalf of their three families. Now, it's time for you to realize your promise. Yi Yuan's smile was very radiant as he said, promise? Did I say anything? Did City Lord, Your Excellency, hear wrongly? Chapter 1350. You all can't dictate anything. Chapter 1350. You all can't dictate anything. Ha, what a joke. Truly laughable. Far away came W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's mocking and dispirited laughter. At this point, how could the rest still not know that they were tricked by Yi Yuan? From the very beginning, Yi Yuan never planned on giving them the selling rights of the essence-cultivating pill. It was just in order to let them fight in the nest. Their group of people was despicable villains in vain, unexpectedly letting Yi Yuan watch a good show on one side. W.A.N. Ji Su's face was grim as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to go back on your word and toy with us? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, keeping one's words is reserved for gentlemen. You all, a bunch of despicable people, what integrity is there to speak of? Giving you all the sales rights today, you all will come and annex the myriad treasure tower in the future. But this play just now was still really exciting, letting this ye see the faces of you all, this group of people, clearly. Heh. Yi Yuan's words were like the emperor's new clothes, tearing off their disguise without any mercy. Their performance previously was like a clown fooling around. Good, very good. Boy, you're using your life to provoke this city lord. Since you did so, then you should have some awareness, right? Chen Yongnian said with an incredibly grim look. Yang Rui suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. What do you all want to do? Chen Yongnian, I'm warning you, Yi Yuan is the myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist. If you dare to touch him, that's going against the myriad treasure tower. Yang Rui said solemnly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so straightforward, playing this move with the other party. Now, satisfying was satisfying, but it also incurred public wrath. None of these guys were good people. It was impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go so easily. Chen Yongnian sneered coldly when he heard that and said, Yang Rui, are you scaring me? This place isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasures territory. It's no use for you to pull out this tiger skin. As long as this city lord doesn't kill you, I don't believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower can do anything to me. Yang Rui's expression changed and he said, if it were before, there's naturally nothing if you killed him. But he handed the essence cultivating pills pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower now. Do you think that upstairs will still sit by idly and remain indifferent? Yang Rui's words made Chen Yongnian and the rest greatly shocked. They all thought that right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower was relying on Yi Yuan, and that the essence cultivating pills pill formula was still in Yi Yuan's hands. But they never thought that Yi Yuan actually handed over the pill formula. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though this place was not Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower's power absolutely could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Chen Yongnian also would not be so apprehensive and not dare to kill Yang Rui. Brother Chen, today, this punk has to be killed no matter what. Things have already come to this point. If we let him swagger his way out of the City Lord Manor, what face does our three families and the City Lord Manor still have to carry on living in this Jewel Hill City? Since he isn't willing to hand over the essence cultivating pill, that's the outcome of fighting to the death, and body can benefit. Jisoo said solemnly right at this time. Chen Yongnian thought about it and felt that what Jisoo made a lot of sense. Today, this city lord's, face was considered utterly lost. If he did not kill Yi Yuan, how would he still rule Jewel Hill City in the future? He nodded his head and said, what you said is right. Even if really killed, it's also not Myriad Treasure Tower's turn to come and punish this city lord. Humph, Yi Yuan, today you're dead for sure. Not just Chen Yongnian, the Lu and Lin two families' old heads also went forward to surround unknowingly, enclosing Yi Yuan duo in the center. This move of Yi Yuan had offended everyone present. Jisoo smiled coldly and said, boy, do you think that by handing over the pill formula, everything will be fine? This place is Jewel Hill City. It's Brother Chen's territory. You can't overturn the heavens. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, you guys think too highly of yourselves. Don't think that you can dictate anything. In reality, you all can't dictate anything. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward the front door. Humph! Blind reckless fool. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly shooting out, speeding over towards Yi Yuan. When killing Ji Lingbo and wounding Ji Yuxiang, Chen Yongnian did not get serious. But against Yi Yuan, he was really enraged. This opening move was a lightning-quick blow. Yang Rui's face revealed a look of astonishment, feeling like a great mountain was cruise. Hi+ing over towards him. At virtually the same time, another surge of powerful aura billowed to the sky, Russ. Hi+ing over toward Yi Yuan. Ji Yuxiang. Brat, not killing you today, I'm less than human. Ji Yuxian roared. Two great experts teaming up for a pincer attack. Even if Yang Rui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stop it either. Just as he was going to risk it all, a gust of piercing cold wind suddenly started howling inside the main hall. An additional figure appeared beside Yi Yuan at no idea when. The moment this figure appeared, it gave people a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. Who could this figure be other than Gui Yun? It was only to see him flicked his sleeves. A gust of bone-piercingly cold wind howled toward Ji Yuxiang. Following which, he pointed a finger out, meeting this palm of Chen Yongyan's. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone did not react on time. Ji Yuxiang was seriously injured to being with. This attack was completely hanging on with one breath. This flick of Gui Yun's, Ji Yuxiang's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, his figure abruptly stopping, already unable to move when it brushed past halfway. This force wind froze all the blood in his body. When looking again, he was actually completely lifeless already. While Chen Yongyan this side had a frontal exchange with Gui Yun. Boom! An explosion sounded out, powerful wind spilling over. Chen Yongyan's figure retreated explosively, even faster than when he came. All the way until his body hit a stone pillar, did he barely manage to hold steady. Chen Yongyan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He felt like his whole body was petrified, unable to move a muscle at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly revolved divine essence before purging this frozen feeling. 2-star evil spirit. Chen Yongyan's gaze turned intent. His gaze when looking at Gui Yun was full of dread. That blow just now, the superiority was immediately established. Very clearly, he was not Gui Yun's match. These few years, Gui Yun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Dustless's guidance. The Ghost Dao 100 runes, he already thoroughly grasped the first 2 runes. Although he had not broken through realm yet, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Chen Yongyan was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Gui Yun's opening move was similarly 1 death and 1 injured, thoroughly stunning everyone. Turns out that this was Yi Yuan's trump card. This evil spirit's strength made all of them feel appalled. Master, want to kill them or not? Gui Yun gave a bow toward Yi Yuan respectfully, seeking his opinion. This sentence made a chill run down everyone's spine. They did not doubt in the slightest that Gui Yun had this strength. Messing around for a long time, they all, this group of people, were merely clowns jumping around. Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan did not place them in his sights at all. Yi Yuan's confidence was never some essence-cultivating pill, but this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Chen Yongyan. He said with a faint smile, "City Lord, today's banquet was pretty good. Putting aside the delicacies, there was even a good show. Now, this Yi is going to leave, I wonder if you still have any objections?" Chapter 1351. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. Chapter 1351. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. Bang. In his rage, Chen Yongyan's one palm smashed the few case files in front of him into fine powder. The humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him today was something that he had never experienced before. "Brother Chen, this Yi Yuan is really too much. You're the exalted city lord. He actually didn't give you any face at all." Ji Su fanned the fire by the side. Truthfully speaking, he also felt an immense threat of death just now. He clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze sweep over toward him, imperceptibly. That look seemingly saw through everything. However, Yi Yuan still did not attack in the end. Maybe he was wary of the W.A.N.G. family behind him. The W.A.N.G. family was a second-to-none great family clan in Brightrace City, the experts in the clan as abundant as clouds. His elder brother, W.A.N.G. Song, was even Brightrace City's deputy city lord. Thinking up to here, W.A.N.G. Su felt proud of himself in his heart. One shouldn't look at how that punk had an appearance of fearing nothing and no one. He was still somewhat apprehensive in the end. Not avenging this grudge, I, Chen Yongyan, am less than human. Chen Yongyan said with a livid expression. W.A.N.G. Su had an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back by the side. Chen Yongyan immediately understood and said to the Lu and Lin, two family heads, "Today's matter, I hope that only the few of us know. I don't wish for it to spread to other people's ears." Lu and Lin, the two family heads, were startled and hurriedly said, "City Lord, rest assured. Even if you lend us several galls, we wouldn't dare either." Chen Yongyan waved his hand impatiently. The Lu and Lin, two family heads, hastily took their leave. They knew that Chen Yongyan and W.A.N.G. Su were probably going to plot to harm Yi Yuan. But they did not have any objections towards this. After all, their faces were also utterly lost today. They originally thought that they could reap a huge deal. They did not expect to almost lose their old lives here. After the four people left, W.A.N.G. Su said, "Brother Chen, that punk has a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit guarding. Wanting to kill him in Jewel Hill City probably won't be easy anymore." Although Chen Yongyan had unwillingness in his heart when he heard that, he also knew that what W.A.N.G. Su said was the truth. "What brilliant ideas do younger brother you have? If this boy doesn't die, this Chen will probably be unable to cultivate in peace anymore." Chen Yongyan said and gnashed his teeth in hatred. The corners of W.A.N.G. Su's mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile and said, "This boy has a great sense of propriety when doing things. He had a good pretext for killing W.A.N.G. Lingbo and W.A.N.G. Yuxiang. We really can't do anything to him." But W.A.N.G. Su whispered a few words in Chen Yongyan's ear. Chen Yongyan similarly revealed an odd smile. "Hey, younger brother, you're indeed a resourceful person. It's just that, this way is truly a bit too vicious, right?" Chen Yongyan said. "A small mind makes not a gentleman. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. As long as we can kill this boy, what does this count as?" W.A.N.G. Su said without a care. Now, even the W.A.N.G. family was declining. The Liang family had naturally lost its former glory. These few days, W.A.N.G. Pianran brought her daughter, Liang Wanrong, back to her parents' home for a distraction. Suddenly, she received a message set on by a servant, saying that the main family's Sir Su invited her to make a trip over. W.A.N.G. Pianran came to the W.A.N.G. family's main hall without knowing the inside story, but she discovered that inside the main hall was long packed full of people already. Dividing the crowd, W.A.N.G. Pianran saw a piece of shroud placed on the ground. Below the white cloth, it was uncertain who was dead. W.A.N.G. Su sat on the seat of honor, his expression grim. W.A.N.G. Pianran was not a dumb person. Her heart thumped, immediately sensing something off. "Sir Su, this. What's going on here?" W.A.N.G. Pianran could not resist asking. When W.A.N.G. Su saw her, he slowly stood up and said with a sorrowful look, "Everyone is here. Now W.A.N.G. Su has something to tell everybody." Finished talking, he bowed deeply towards everyone and said, "W.A.N.G. Ji-soo is incompetent and failed to protect the family head and elder Yuseong. While talking, he pulled away the shroud. That frozen corpse of W.A.N. Ji Yuseong's appeared before everyone's eyes. Dad! That shrill voice of W.A.N.G. Pianran's instantly spread throughout the entire W.A.N.G. family. Dad! Why have you gone? Who struck this vicious blow? You tell Pianran. Pianran will definitely wreak vengeance and redress hatred for you. W.A.N.G. Pianran shrieked and howled, but she was also pouring out her true sentiments. All along, she was a missus being spoiled by her father and big brother. Now, her backing had collapsed. How could she not be mournful? When the rest of the clan members saw the W.A.N.G. family's biggest backer died just like this, all of their faces were grief-stricken. Sir Sue, my father was still fine in the morning. Why did he pass away? Where is my big brother? After a bout of bitter crying, W.A.N.G. Pianran pulled W.A.N.G. Sue and asked this question. W.A.N.G. Sue was disgusted with this fat sow, but at this moment it was inconvenient for him to have a fall-out with her. At once he said mournfully, "Elder brother, he suffered a vicious blow too, his corpse no more." W.A.N.G. Pianran's entire body trembled, nearly sing out. Sir Sue, who was it? Just who in the world was it? I'm going to kill him. At this time, W.A.N.G. Pianran's entire person was only left with rage. W.A.N.G. Sue said with a sorrowful face, It was the myriad treasure tower. W.A.N.G. Pianran's gaze revealed an extremely vicious look as she gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, Myriad treasure tower. Yuan. You all just wait, I'll definitely make you all die a horrible death. Seeing W.A.N.G. Pianran's fury, a hint of an imperceptible faint smile flashed across W.A.N.G. Sue's face. Yuan, you offended all of Jewel Hill City's major forces this time. Yang Rui sighed and said. Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, Why? Does Tower Lord blame me for being meddlesome? Yang Rui was stupefied and scolding laughingly, You punk, checkmating me, is it? If it's done, it's done. Would I, Yang Rui, be that kind of person who fears to get involved? Today was originally they all going overboard. You doing so was naturally a great satisfaction. It's just that Chun Yongyen and W.A.N.G. Sue are both not people to mess with. I'm afraid that they will be detrimental to you. But Yi Yuan said without care, it's fine if they don't come and provoke me. Come and provoke me again, it wouldn't end carelessly like this today. Yi Yuan's careless killing intent faintly exuded out, giving Yang Rui a shock. He had always thought that Yi Yuan was just an alchemist harmless to man and beast, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan still had such decisiveness in going for the kill side. Furthermore, I already can't stay for much longer in this Jewel Hill City. If they want to find me to take revenge, they also got to be able to find me. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Yang Rui was first stunned. Following that, his expression changed, and he said, You're leaving? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Jewel Hill City is too small after all. If I want to become strong, I must walk out. Hoo-hoo, brother Yang rest as. Assured, I believe your myriad treasure tower's high-level alchemy G.O.D. is already on the way. When I teach him how to refine the essence-cultivating pill, there naturally won't need to worry about a situation where the essence-cultivating pill lacks continuation. Yang Rui was stunned again and said, High-level alchemy G.O.D.? Coming to Jewel Hill City? This isn't possible, right? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Do you think that this essence-cultivating pill is really what anyone can refine? I reckon that your myriad treasure tower has to send a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. over at the minimum. Yang Rui drew a cold breath when he heard that. All along, they only cared about selling essence-cultivating pills, and really did not know how great the refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was. But hearing Yi Yuan say so, it was also overly exaggerating things to raise the alarm, right? Refining a Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill needed a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. to come and learn? Chapter 1352. Wu Meng Academy. Chapter 1352. Wu Meng Academy. Yi Yuan, if you want to become strong, why not officially join the Myriad Treasure Tower? You're also aware, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. He is the wealthiest among all of the Heavenly Emperors. As long as you join the Myriad Treasure Tower, there definitely won't be any issues with cultivation resources. Yang Rui said. Many thanks for Brother Yang's good intentions, but this Yi already has his own plans. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yang Rui could not help being disappointed. With Yi Yuan's alchemy talent, he was bound to be able to be put in an important position in the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, Yi Yuan had his own plans. He could mobilize the Myriad Treasure Tower's spirit medicines. Firstly, Yang Rui was open-minded. Secondly, it was because what he mobilized were all Tier 1 spirit medicines. Even the Immortal Grove region in the Divine Tao era, Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines were not to say they were everywhere, but at the very least they were not lacking. But the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan's pill refinement required in the future, Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower could not afford it. The Myriad Treasure Tower upstairs probably would not give in to his endless demands either. Yi Yuan did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower was a monolithic block. Where there were people, there would be the Jianghu. In the future, if somebody tripped him up, the Myriad Treasure Tower's ident. 1. Tai would be a burden instead. Just in this Jewel Hill City, didn't Feng Ping appear? Yang Rui's eyes suddenly lit up and said, since younger brother, you're not willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why not go to the Wu Meng Academy? Wu Meng Academy? Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. That's right. Wu Meng Academy is Wu Meng Capital City's official academy. Chen Yongyan and W.A.N. Ji Su's elder brother, W.A.N. Ji Song, were from Wu Meng Academy. That place has over half of the young geniuses within Wu Meng Capital City's boundary. Furthermore, there are cultivation methods capable of cultivating to grand completion origin deity. Yang Rui said. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan understood very quickly. Wu Meng Academy was equivalent to Wu Meng Capital City's talent reserves. The various major counties' city lords probably all came from the Wu Meng Academy. This way, Wu Meng Capital City's control over those counties below would be very secure. As for cultivation methods, Yi Yuan did not really care. He already made up his mind to walk his own path. Ordinary cultivation methods, he naturally held in contempt. Rather, over half of the young geniuses gathered here. This made Yi Yuan very moved. The rise of a powerhouse could not dispense with sparring with other powerhouses. Shutting oneself in a room to make a cart made it difficult to take its place in higher circles. Oh? Then how does one join this Wu Meng Academy? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, Wu Meng Academy recruits a batch of students every 100 years. As long as the martial artist's strength reached Grotto Profound Deity Realm, a skeletal age under 200 years old, they all can join the entrance test. As long as one passes the test, they will be able to become Wu Meng Academy's outer court disciple. 3 years later, it's just nice the period for Wu Meng Academy to recruit students. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that, there are no less than 1,000 counties under Wu Meng Capital City. How many people are going to partake? 1 P8 in the entrance test? Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists could be said to everywhere in the heavenspan world. Even if one county just produced 100 people, that was 100,000 people too. In reality, even Jewel Hill City, this kind of small city, the grotto profound martial artists under 200 years old were far from 100 people too. Let alone those large counties. Yang Rui smiled and said, indeed, each time Wu Meng Academy recruits students, there are no less than 500,000 taking part. However, those able to pass the first round of A.S. assessments are only less than 10%. Those able to pass through all 3 rounds of A.S. assessments are also merely around 100 people. Among these, the vast majority are all late-stage grotto profound martial artists. There is even a small portion that is grand completion grotto profound realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, so difficult? Yang Rui nodded and said, hence those able to pass through the test are all geniuses among geniuses. In the past, at its lowest number, it was just over 30 people passing the A.S. assessment. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan also felt immense pressure. Of course, even more, it was antic. 1 Asian. Truly, as Yang Rui said, this Wu Meng Academy, he had to go. Without comparing with other geniuses, he would forever not know where his shortcomings lay. Being able to cultivate to late-stage grotto profound before 200 years old, even grand completion, it could be said that everyone was exceedingly talented. Yi Yuan crushed everyone when at the Immortal Grove world. But in the Heavenspan world, he really did not have this confidence. Yi Yuan's skeletal age was merely over 100 years old. But he cultivated for several hundred years' time in the world suppressing steel's SPAC. Just on this aspect, he already lost to many of Wu Meng capital city's young generation. Furthermore, this was even just in the Wu Meng capital city's territory. In the Heavenspan world, capital cities like Wu Meng capital city were goodness knows how many. Among them, there was probably no lack of some heaven-defying to the extreme genius martial artists. Hearing Brother Yang says so, I'm really looking forward to this Wu Meng Academy very much. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed thick fighting intent. Clearly, he was very interested. But Yang Rui smiled and said, younger brother, this brother has a presumptuous request. I hope that you will agree. What is it, Brother Yang? Feel free to say. Yi Yuan said. I'm saying if you're unable to pass the test, how about joining our myriad treasure tower, how's that? Yang Rui asked profoundly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed and said, Hoo, it turns out Brother Yang is waiting for me here. Done, this is not an issue. The two people exchanged a glance and started chortling with laughter. Not that Yang Rui was pessimistic about Yi Yuan, but wanting to pass the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, the difficulty was indeed very high. The two people were currently chatting fervently when suddenly, outside the myriad treasure tower fell into chaos. Coming out to take a look, they discovered that the fat-headed and large-eared W.A.N. G. Pianran actually came to shout abuses in the streets again. But this time, she and all of the W.A.N. G. family's people wore mourning dresses and came to hurl abuses. W.A.N. G. Yuxiang's corpse was placed in front of the myriad treasure tower's front door. It was just that all of them had doleful looks, an expression like their parents died. It indeed made people's countenance change visibly. By the side, quite a number of people were whispering. The myriad treasure tower is also too much. Currently, they already crushed the W.A.N. G family until like this, they actually still want to drop a rock down the well, killing W.A.N. G Yuxiang father and son. Yeah, didn't expect that the myriad treasure tower actually dared to be so brazen. Why doesn't the city lord Manor come out and manage it? I didn't expect that the once glorious W.A.N. G family actually fell into such a plight. W.A.N. G Pianran was a venomous woman, the words she cussed were very nasty. All in all, it was splaws. Hi plus ing dirty water on the myriad treasure tower. When Yang Rui said this scene, he was angered until he was livid with rage. The Myriad Treasure Tower had always cheated neither the old nor the young. But how could they stand such slandering from W.A.N.G.P. and Ran? There's really not a good thing among the W.A.N.G. family's people. This ability to turn black to white is really first-rate. I'll go and chase them away. Yang Rui said furiously. He was just about to move but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Brother Yang, calm your anger. W.A.N.G.P. and Ran is merely a puppet. The more you chase them away, the more this matter can't be explained clearly. If they want to scold, just let them scold to their heart's content. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, but at this rate, how will the Myriad Treasure Tower's business still carry on? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Yang, rest assured, calculating the time, it should be about time. Chapter 1353. Falling into a pit of one's own digging. Chapter 1353. Falling into a pit of one's own digging. 10,000 miles away from Jewel Hill City, two figures were riding two flying dragon colts, currently speeding in the direction of Brightray's city like the wind. W.A.N.G. Su, it isn't good for you to be like this, right? No matter what, Jewel Hill City's branch family is also a branch of the W.A.N.G. family, members of the same clan. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng said. Jewel Hill City's branch family is already crippled. So just treat it as a cripple and make use of it. Not doing so, on what basis do we get the main family to send people over to eliminate that punk? W.A.N.G. Su said without a care. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng heaved a sigh and said, but this method is also a bit too vicious. W.A.N.G. Su said nonchalantly, those who accomplish great things don't bother with trifles. How can someone with the benevolence of a woman make it in the world of martial artists? Enough talk, better hurry on the way. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng gave him a glance but did not say any more. The two people were currently plussing on with their journey when suddenly, a gust of sinister wind howled past. The two people only felt a blur before their eyes. There was actually an additional figure ahead. W.A.N.G. Su's pupils constricted. His expression changed drastically as he said stammeringly, Why would you show up here? That profile ahead was none other than precisely Gui Yun. Gui Yun said coolly, Master ordered me to follow you all. As long as you all leave Jewel Hill City, I'll stop you guys. Now, follow me back. W.A.N.G. Su's face was ashen pale, a look of despair. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so cautious, sending this evil spirit over to follow them. Yang Rui, Yi Yuan, if you all don't give me an explanation today, it's not over between us. If you have the capability, kill me. W.A.N.G.P. and Ran. Either way, you guys have already killed my big brother and my father. I want to see who else will buy your Myriad Treasure Towers things in the future. W.A.N.G.P. and Ran shrieked at the top of her voice, drawing more and more people over. Seeing this scene, Yang Rui became more anxious. At this rate, the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation would be utterly ruined. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Brother Yang, hold your horses. Since they are taking the road to ruin themselves, that's also up to them. Yang Rui said in puzzlement, Do you know some things? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Don't know, merely just took some extra precaution. Fighting with this bunch of despicable villains, how can one not pay a little more attention? With Yi Yuan saying so, Yang Rui did not have confidence in his heart anymore. Right then, a gust of wind suddenly howled at the Myriad Treasure Tower. Everyone all could not resist shuddering. Thud! Two figures were thrown into the crowd by no idea whom, falling heavily onto the ground. Yi Yuan looked at the W.A.N.G. Su struggling to get up and said with a faint smile, W.A.N.G. Su didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon. But isn't it somewhat unfair for you to leave without bidding farewell? At this time, W.A.N.G. Su and W.A.N.G. Xianfeng, the two people's divine essence, they were sealed by Gui Yun. They could not even kill people even if they wanted to. Seeing Yi Yuan, W.A.N.G. Su's expression became incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan, what do you mean? It's not enough that you killed Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. families W.A.N.G. Yuxiang father and son, now, you even want to provoke our Bright Rays City's main family? W.A.N.G. Su said with a cold snort. Being framed by W.A.N.G. Su, Yi Yuan was not worried either, saying with a faint smile, if people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I'll definitely won't spare them. It was you all who provoked me time and again, so how did it become me provoking you all? Heh, this ability to confound black and white, you guys are truly invincible under the heavens. Seeing that look of Yi Yuan that saw through everything, W.A.N.G. Su's heart involuntarily felt somewhat nervous. But upon thinking of his ident. 1. Tai, he calmed down a little again. With the W.A.N.G. family's strength, what did a mere middle-stage two-star evil spirit count as? If he dared to touch him, he was dead for sure. His thought arriving here, W.A.N.G. Su involuntarily plucked up his courage again. Confounding black and white? You guys don't dare to admit it after doing it. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's corpse is placed here. Could it be that you dare say that he wasn't killed by you? W.A.N.G. Su said with a cold smile. That's right, W.A.N.G. Yuxiang was indeed killed by me. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said nonchalantly. W.A.N.G. Su was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright and had long thought of his choice of words already. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually admitted it very shamelessly. This made the words that he thought of become useless all at once. Not just W.A.N.G. Su, everyone present was in an uproar. They did not think that the myriad treasure tower really used shady means and killed the W.A.N.G. family's head elder, W.A.N.G. Yuxiang. Since you admitted it, then everything can naturally be discussed. I want to see how you'll give an account to the W.A.N.G. family, how you explain to Jewel Hill City's martial artists. W.A.N.G. Su said with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, Explain? Explain what? Want to give an account, it's also you who gives it. What happened in the City Lord Manor, you're aware of it yourself. W.A.N.G. Su said with a cold smile, Of course I'm aware. You plotted with Yang Rui, killing the W.A.N.G. family father and son with a venomous scheme. Does this matter still need to be explained? The myriad treasure tower is so insidious and vicious. Everyone, make sure not to buy things here anymore in the future. Otherwise, you might die without even knowing how you died. W.A.N.G. Su fanned the fire there, immediately obtaining many onlookers' response. After all, Yi Yuan himself admitted it, this matter was equivalent to being set in stone. Yi Yuan, I'll fight it out with you. You caused my family to be ruined, its members dead. Even if I die today, I'll drag you to be buried in death too. By the side, W.A.N.G. Pianran already could not hold back long ago, finally erupting, pouncing toward Yi Yuan with a body full of excessive flesh. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her, kicking a foot over, sending the body of fatty flesh flying out. Such a tyrannical Yi Yuan made everyone give a sidelong glance even more. For a moment, the myriad treasure tower's image fell to rock bottom in everyone's mind. Seeing this kind of situation, W.A.N.G. Su was incomparably thrilled in his heart. What he wanted was this effect. Yi Yuan looked at W.A.N.G. family with a smile that was not a smile, walked over towards him, and said while walking, Are you secretly taking delight in your heart? Do you feel that with the W.A.N.G. family as backing, I won't dare to do anything to you? Do you think that I need to borrow your mouth to explain anything to everyone? W.A.N.G. Su had Guseb. You. MPS breakout being stared at by Yi Yuan's gaze, his figure involuntarily falling back. You. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, my big brother is Brightrace City's deputy city lord. You, this be you. Mpkin, definitely don't know how powerful the W.A.N.G. family's strength is. You. If you dare to touch me, you'll die without a burial ground. W.A.N.G. Su said as his face turned pale while backing away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, W.A.N.G. Su, I really pity you. You think that you're smart, thinking that everyone fears the W.A.N.G. family's strength. Very sorry, I don't care. Since you aren't willing to say the truth, then there's no need to say it anymore either. While talking, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked, destroying all of W.A.N.G. Su's vitality with one palm. W.A.N.G. Su did not even get to scream and died until he could not die anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan was simply a murderous demon king in their eyes, killing people with a word of disagreement. The Yang Rui by the side was also startled inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so decisive in going for the kill and actually really killed W.A.N.G. Su. With this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. You dared to kill W.A.N.G. Su. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng was also stunned by this scene. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan was such a lunatic without any sense of judgment, to really dare to make a move and kill people. Yi Yuan looked at him, shrugged his shoulders and said, Now, it's your turn, are you saying it or not? It's fine if you don't say anything. I can go and get the Lu family and Lin family, those two old fellows, here to tell it. Chapter 1354. Utterly Devoid of Conscience. Chapter 1354. Utterly devoid of conscience. Bean-sized sweat beads seeped out on W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's forehead. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words in the slightest. Originally, their understanding of Yi Yuan was an alchemist harmless to men and beasts. Now, that gentle image of Yi Yuan's had long collapsed with a loud bang already. A smile of his currently gave people a feeling of terror. Everyone knew the terror of Brightrace City's W.A.N.G. family, but Yi Yuan killed W.A.N.G. Su without the slightest hesitation. This guy was too crazy. I'll say. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng could not withstand Yi Yuan's oppression, finally loosening his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Remember to swear a heavenly Tao oath. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng nodded his head helplessly, the last trace of hope leaving with it too. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath, W.A.N.G. Xianfeng said everything that happened in the City Lord Manor, making everyone fear-stricken. The reality was totally opposite of what W.A.N.G. Su said. The City Lord Manor allied with the three great families to coerce the myriad treasure tower and sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, simply shameless to the extreme. It was just that they did not expect Yi Yuan actually had such strength and did not fear their coercion at all. Only at this time did people know why Yi Yuan was so calm and collected. Not doing things that went against one's conscience, one did not fear ghosts knocking at the door. The W.A.N.G. family courting death themselves, so how could others be blamed? Moreover, the W.A.N.G. family even sent 3 great elders to hunt Yi Yuan down previously. This enmity was long sowed already. Yi Yuan taking revenge was perfectly justified, and body dared to say anything. Rather, when that W.A.N.G. Pianran heard finish these, her entire person stood transfixed there. She completely did not dare to believe that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Disregarding that Ji-Su joined hands with Chen Yongyan to kill her father. They even wanted to instigate her group of people to come and frame the myriad treasure tower. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to Ji Xianfeng, "Is that all?" Ji Pianran, "This fat woman, coming here, it's probably not just splaws. Hi plussing dirty water so simple, right?" Ji Xuanfeng's entire body trembled. He deliberately left a segment unsaid just now, out of fear of inciting public wrath. The heavenly Tao oath he swore was also very clever, only saying that events that happened at the City Lord Manor on that day. He even thought that he could hide from Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually detected it keenly. And no more. The stammering Ji Xianfeng immediately aroused everybody's suspicions. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Really no more? Since there's no more, then you have no value in being alive anymore as well. I'll send you on your way here." Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, staring at Ji Xianfeng sternly. Ji Xianfeng trembled, and he said stammeringly, Still have. Ji-Su and Chen Yongyan came to an agreement to send people to exterminate the entire Ji family tonight, then count this score on Yi Yuan's head. This way, Bright Ray City's main family will have sufficient excuse to send a punitive expedition and forcefully kill Yi Yuan. Ji Xuanfeng's words were even more bone-piercingly cold than that gust of wind Gui Yun brought just now. This Ji-Su was simply utterly devoid of conscience, to actually want to exterminate his branch family. It was not too much for this kind of person to die 100 times. When Yi Yuan killed people just now, they still felt that Yi Yuan killed people without batting an eyelid. Looking at it now, well done. Liberating. Ji Pianran was quivering at one side, afraid, but even more so, it was anger. Not only did this Ji-Su deceive them and make use of them, he even wanted to exterminate every last one of them. Her father requesting help from their main family was simply inviting a wolf into the house. Ji-Su's actions made her have a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. I said all that I know, so you can let me go? Ji Xianfeng asked weakly. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Since you've restored my innocence, you can naturally go." Ji Xianfeng felt akin to being granted amnesty and was just about to leave, but had the exit blocked by the Ji family's people. The Ji family's people all wore mourning attires, glaring at Ji Xianfeng. The Ji family's people were long burning with rage already. They were sold by Ji-Su and even had to help him count the money. This feeling of being cheated, this sense of humiliation, already made them lose their reason. Unfortunately, Ji Xianfeng had his divine C sealed currently, unable to utilize divine essence at all. Ji Xuanfeng's expression changed, falling back several steps, but discovered that the path to the rear was already blocked by people. What are you guys trying to do? Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. All of this was done by Ji-Su, it had nothing to do with me. If you all let me leave, I'll tell the main family and let them come and assist you. Ji Xianfeng said with a fearful look. Let you leave, then bring a group of people to come and eradicate our Jewel Hill City's branch family? Even if this thing was done by Ji-Su, you're an insider. You didn't stop him from doing so as well, it's tantamount to acquiescence. You're a member of Ji family too. Pas. Sively watching members of the same clan killing each other, your conscience is eaten by dogs. The W.A.N.G. family's people were all furious to the extreme. Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to swallow W.A.N.G. Xianfeng whole. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng was a lamb awaiting slaughter at this time. He shouted to Yi Yuan in despair, "Yi Yuan, I already said everything I know. You promised to let me go." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I already let you go. Right now it's the W.A.N.G. family not letting you go. It has nothing to do with me." W.A.N.G. Xianfeng howled in despair. "Yi Yuan, you're despicable." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Compared to you all, this bit of so-called despicable is really child's play. Alright, today's farce is over. Everybody all scatter." Just as the W.A.N.G. family's people said, even if W.A.N.G. Xianfeng did not take part in the planning, he was an insider at the very least. He could completely stop W.A.N.G. Su, but he did not. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience person, Yi Yuan did not plan on letting him go at all. Finally, the W.A.N.G. family's people directly hauled W.A.N.G. Xianfeng away. When they left, they even did not forget to bring along W.A.N.G. Su's corpse. As for how to deal with W.A.N.G. Xianfeng in the end, that was the W.A.N.G. family's business. Presumably, he did not have any good ending too. It was night. A series of heart-wrenching cries came from the W.A.N.G. family's manor, lasting a whole night before ceasing. The second day, quite a number of people circled around the W.A.N.G. family's manor curiously but discovered that the W.A.N.G. family's front door was wide open, inside long devoid of people already. The bold ones entered to take a look and directly vomited out stomach acid. W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's death state need not be said. Even W.A.N.G. Su, this dead person, was also rendered without a human form. The W.A.N.G. family's members' wrath could be imagined. But what made people surprised was that the W.A.N.G. family seemed to have disappeared into thin air, thoroughly vanished. H.I. plus ing from Jewel Hill City. Yi Yuan, you were too reckless. You killed W.A.N.G. Su, buried W.A.N.G. Xianfeng alive. Bright Rays City's W.A.N.G. family definitely won't let this matter go. I heard that W.A.N.G. song isn't to be trifled with. Yang Rui said to Yi Yuan in earnest. But Yi Yuan said without a care, "The grudge is long sowed already. You saw it too. Even if I don't kill him, he won't let me go either. This kind of person will never know to be grateful." Yang Rui sighed and said, "Makes sense. But this time, the W.A.N.G. family is considered to have thoroughly stumbled. Really didn't expect that they actually had such courage, mobilizing the entire clan. It's just, I can't figure it out. The W.A.N.G. family's formidable people are all dead. Who presided over this exodus, leaving the city? One has to know that they did not even startle the city lord manor." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, it's probably that fat woman." Yang Rui said in surprise, "W.A.N.G. Pianran? How is that possible?" "Hoo-hoo, people will grow up. That woman isn't stupid. In the past, there were W.A.N.G. Yuxiang and W.A.N.G. Lingbo protecting her. She could act arbitrarily and recklessly. But yesterday, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower's door, I noticed that the expression in her eyes changed." Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 1355. W.E.N.G. Song Arrives. Chapter 1355. W.A.N.G. Song Arrives. Bang. The teacup in W.A.N.G. Song's hands was directly crushed into fine powder by him. "Yi Yuan? Good. Very good. There's actually really someone who dares to climb on top of my head. I'll let you know what's called blood debts will be paid in blood. G Song gnashed his teeth in hatred, his two eyes virtually spitting fire. If rage could kill, the Yi Yuan 10,000 miles away would have long been burned to death by him countless already. He had just received intel from Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor that his younger brother, G Su, and the G family's two-star alchemist, G Xianfeng, both died at the hands of a boy called Yi Yuan at Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower. This news made G Song tremble with rage. G Song was much older than G Su. To him, it could be said to be like a brother and father. The two brothers had very deep feelings. Over 30 years ago, the family received Jewel Hill City's G family's request for help. It was even him who suggested to the family to let G Su bring G Xianfeng over to assist. This kind of small matter. He felt that letting G Su go and temper himself, it was to take over the position of family head in the future. He did not expect that it claimed his brother's little life. As for him, his ambition did not lie in Brightrace City. A tiny little G family could not trap him, this dragon hiding in deep waters. Come men, G Song roared furiously. My lord! A manservant entered and answered carefully. Prepared a flying dragon divine colt for me, right now. Immediately. At once. The manservant's expression changed, and he repeatedly voiced his assent. The flying dragon divine colt was a divine beast, its speed several dozen times faster than the flying dragon colt, incomparably precious. Even in the entire Brightrace City, there were only less than 5. 3 of them belonged to the City Lord Manor. G Song asked for the flying dragon divine colt straight away. It could be seen how furious he was at this moment. Before long, a person and a mount galloped, akin to a sharp sword, ing out of Brightrace City. After the G family disappeared from Jewel Hill City, Jewel Hill City entered a strangely peaceful period. City Lord Manor was abnormally low-key until it was as if it did not exist. Regarding the matter of G Su being killed, they did not even let out a fart. Of course, they did not have the face to let it out either. As for Yi Yuan, he entered a state of closed seclusion once more. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan was currently salting late-stage grotto profound in full force. In a blink, it was half a year's time. However, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that this was not an easy matter. The essence-cultivating pills were not enough for him to consume at all. The essence-cultivating pills consumed by his cultivation alone could virtually be put on par with the essence-cultivating pills sold by the Myriad Treasure Tower. The spirit medicines to refine the essence-cultivating pill were naturally much more expensive than the divine essence pill. Even if backed by the Myriad Treasure Tower, this kind of major faction, it was also not possible to supply Yi Yuan's limitless consumption. In desperation, Yi Yuan could only rely on absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate. It was just that this way the progress was undoubtedly much slower. Just what kind of cultivation method did I create? This is simply a bottomless hole. No matter how many divine essence stones, it also can't afford this kind of expenditure. After cultivating, Yi Yuan said to Dustless with a bitter smile. Dustless was long numb already and said coolly, "Stop showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Once this cultivation method of yours circulates out, the entire heavenspan world is bound to be shocked. It can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter. Right now, even if you absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate, the speed is also 10 times faster than others." Yi Yuan said, "Although it's like that, this consumption is truly too costly as well. It looks like the majority of my effort in the future will still have to be placed on earning divine essence stones. Dustless nodded and said, That's true. As long as there are sufficient resources, your cultivation speed is simply outrageous to hear. The things that other people use 1,000 years to be able to accomplish, you only need 100 years, and it's enough. Yi Yuan said helplessly, Looks like you have to go to Wu Meng capital city as soon as possible. Jewel Hill City is too small. Even if one has divine essence stones, they can't buy so many resources either. Dustless also said, It's time to leave. However, that Liang family's little lass. How do you plan on handling this? Yi Yuan froze, thought about it, and said, Bring along then. I've offended all of Jewel Hill City's major factions. I can't rest easy leaving her behind here. With Chen Yongyan's personality, he might vent the anger on her. Dustless said, May as well. That lass's looks are pretty good. If you like, taking her in works too. Us cultivators, what does a few more Dao companions count as? Yi Yuan's face turned black and he said, Not saving Lingxue, this Yi won't marry for life. Senior, don't say this kind of words anymore. But Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile, Then if come one day you really bring that girl back? Yi Yuan could not help choking when he heard that, falling silent. This question, he had never considered it before. Perhaps he was unwilling to consider. Boom. Myriad Treasure Tower's front door was blasted by someone with one punch. Have Yi Yuan scram outside for this city lord. Otherwise, I.W. A.N.G. Song will tear this Myriad Treasure Tower down today. Half a year already passed, said W. A.N.G. Song finally rushed to the Myriad Treasure Tower. His actions immediately drew countless people to surround and watch. W.A.N.G. Song's aura billowed to the sky, the strength of late-stage heaven glimpse erupting without a doubt. He was so simple and crude. He did not need any reason at all. He was here to kill people. Blood for blood. Who is this person? What powerful strength. Yeah, this person is late-stage heaven glimpse realm, even stronger than City Lord, His Excellency. When did the Myriad Treasure Tower provoke such a powerful existence again? Ah, I remember. W.A.N.G. Song, isn't he that W.A.N.G. Su's elder brother? He's here to take revenge. W.A.N.G. Song did not hide anything. Very soon, someone guessed his ident. Taiyan was extremely shocked. Brightrace City's deputy city lord actually rushed straight to Jewel Hill City. Brightrace City and Jewel Hill City were extremely far away. Even riding a flying dragon colt, one trip also needed 2 to 3 years' time. Now, just half a year passed, said W.A.N.G. Song actually rushed over already. W.A.N.G. Song stirring up such a huge commotion, it naturally alarmed the Myriad Treasure Tower's people. Very soon, Yang Rui appeared. His brows furrowed and he said solemnly, W.A.N.G. Song, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you think my Myriad Treasure Tower is easy to bully? W.A.N.G. Song said coolly, the Myriad Treasure Tower isn't easy to bully, but Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is very easy to bully. You're Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's Tower Lord, right? Hand over Yi Yuan. Otherwise, this W.A.N.G. will demolish your lousy tower today. W.A.N.G. Song's aura was threatening, not putting Yang Rui in his sights at all. Yang Rui's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Yang Rui was livid with rage and said grimly, If I don't hand over the person? W.A.N.G. Song's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed past. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Yang Rui did not expect W.A.N.G. Song to attack at once. Caught unprepared, He only felt a surge of power that toppled mountains and overturned the seas crush over towards him. Bang! Virtually without the least bit of strength to retaliate, Yang Rui was smashed flying. G Song was Briming with killing intent as he said solemnly, "This palm is considered a lesson. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. In front of me, you're no different from an ant. Even if I really kill you, what can the myriad treasure tower do to me?" G Song was incomparably overbearing, not putting the myriad treasure tower in his eyes at all. Indeed, with his ident. 1. Tai, he did not need to fear the myriad treasure tower at all. Chapter 1356. Gui Yun's Strength. Chapter 1356. Gui Yun's Strength. G Song was still somewhat fearful of Yang Rui's ident. 1. Tai in the end. That was why he did not deal a killing blow. Except, he was backed by the G family, his talent and strength outstanding. He could really not take Yang Rui seriously. His overbearingness made everyone give a sidelong glance. Yang Rui struggled to his feet and glared at G Song as he said, "If you have the capability, kill me." G Song did not expect that Yang Rui was so steadfast. But Yang Rui's steadfastness triggered G Song's killing intent even more. "Hey Gutsy, are you challenging my bottom line? Then, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, G Song took one step at a time, walking into the myriad treasure tower. The powerful aura simply made people unable to look right at him. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out, blocking at the entrance. G Song's brows furrowed, and he said disdainfully, "A middle-stage grotto profound also dares to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Scram for this city lord." A single scram sounded like a great bell, cruise. Hi+ing over towards Yi Yuan. A hint of a mocking faint smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, accepting this sound wave attack very calmly. "What a joke!" Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon G.O.D. was G.O.D. knows how many times more profound than this. For a mere sound wave to want to make Yi Yuan avoid it, it was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Seeing Yi Yuan's cool and collected appearance, G Song finally looked squarely at this middle-stage grotto profound in front of him. "Who are you? Those who bar me die." G Song said coldly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Aren't you here to kill me? I'm already standing in front of you, and you don't recognize me?" G Song's expression changed. Rage instantly filled his chest. "You're Yi Yuan? Indeed have some skill. But you're too weak." G Song said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your opponent isn't me." While talking, a gust of wind howled past. Gui Yun's figure appeared at Yi Yuan's side. G Song's pupils constricted but did not reveal a look of surprise. Chen Yongnian already told him in the message that Yi Yuan had a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit by his side, his strength uncommon. A mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. "Do you think that this city lord can't do anything to you? Today you're dead for sure." G Song said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Yang Rui who was not far away. His voice gradually became cold as he said, "The G family's people are indeed all unreasonable when doing things. However, Brother Yang's enmity, this ye will note it down today. There will come a day where you'll pay the price." G Song chortled with laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, that will also have to wait until you have this day. Do you think that you can still survive past today?" Amidst the laughter, G Song's aura suddenly erupted. The divine essence of middle-stage heaven glimpse instantly surged between heaven and earth. "Tai True Dipper Fist. Die for me." W. A. N. G. Song roared SMAs. Hi plusing a fist towards Gui Yun. It's actually the Tai True Dipper Fist. This is one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 supreme skills, its power boundless. This W. A. N. G. Song is indeed not what that incompetent young brother of his can compare to. Those able to cultivate the Tai True Dipper Fist are all elites of Wu Meng Academy. Late stage Heaven Glimpse versus a middle stage 2-star Evil Spirit, even using such a powerful martial technique. This simply has no suspense. The moment W. A. N. G. Song's Tai True Dipper Fist was unleashed, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations in the crowd. As Wu Meng Capital City's highest academy, Wu Meng Academy naturally had countless cultivation methods and martial technique. But there were 6 great skills that were the most famous among them. This Tai True Dipper Fist was one of them. This was not some secret within the Wu Meng Academy's jurisdiction. Many geniuses entered the Wu Meng Academy aiming for these 6 supreme techniques. But, even if they enter the Wu Meng Academy, those able to learn these 6 great techniques were also just the minority. However, W. A. N. G. Song actually learned the Tai True Dipper Fist. His status in the Wu Meng Academy could be imagined. This fist of W. A. N. G. Song harbored the intention of directly cruise Hi plus in Gui Yun. Hence he went all out. That power was simply dreadful. When had Jewel Hill City's martial artists seen such a powerful martial technique before? All dumbstruck with amazement, Gui Yun's gaze turned intent. Flipping his hand, there was an additional soul-beckoning streamer. It was precisely the Myriad Soul Flag. Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the Myriad Soul Flag, he basically never really used it. He did not lack divine artifacts. This Myriad Soul Flag was not too suitable for him as well. Hence, he saved it all along. All the way until he met Gui Yun, did he hand him this profound divine artifact. With Gui Yun's strength, using this Myriad Soul Flag was just nice. Through a bout of refining, the Myriad Soul Flag already recovered to its peak period strength. Facing this powerful strike, Gui Yun's expression turned solemn, directly bringing out the Myriad Soul Flag. Ghost Dao 100 Runes. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Immediately, whimpering sounds echoed out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. The screams of countless ferocious ghosts sounded out. Countless ghostly silhouettes dashed out from inside the Myriad Soul Flag, meeting this punch of W. A. N. G. Songs. Boom! The fierce punch directly scattered these ferocious ghosts, shocking Gui Yun back several steps. But Gui Yun was perfectly unscathed. The powerful Tai True Dipper Fist was actually stopped by Gui Yun. W. A. N. G. Song's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Profound divine artifact." This result made everyone incomparably astounded. Actually blocked it. How is this possible? How can this middle stage 2-star evil spirit's strength be so powerful? Looking at this appearance, if other late-stage Heaven Glimpse martial artists came, they might not even be that evil spirit's match. No wonder Yi Yuan had no fear. Other people provoking the W. A. N. G. family this existence would have long run. But he kept on waiting here for them to visit. Late-stage Heaven Glimpse versus a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit, this was virtually an overwhelming strength. Furthermore, what W. A. N. G. Song used was even the Tai True Dipper Fist, this kind of powerful martial technique. Even so, he still failed to take Gui Yun down. This scene was even more astonies. Hi plus ing than W. A. N. G. Song using the Tai True Dipper Fist. How could these people know the Ghost Dao 100 Runes prowess? That was a Ghost Dao pinnacle cultivation method containing the maxim of Great Dao. Even though Gui Yun only comprehended one Ghost Rune, borrowing the power of a profound divine artifact, he could already forcefully clash with W. A. N. G. Song, this kind of powerhouse. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan sit here and wait to die? Ji Song's face was livid. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan's 2-star evil spirit strength was actually so strong. Just now, he still pledged in all solemnness to make Yi Yuan die. But now, he discovered that he was thinking too much. Gui Yun, this hurdle was not easy to clear. This city lord doesn't believe that a mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit can really block my Tai True Dipper fist. I want to see how many fists of mine you can block. Ji Song's face fell, mustering up the Tai True Dipper fist once more. Cruise. Hi+ing over towards Gui Yun. Gui Yun's expression changed. The myriad soul flag attacked once more. Halt! Right at this time, an even more appalling aura suddenly intercepted in the middle, directly sending Ji Song and Gui Yun flying. Who is it to dare ruin this city lord's good thing? Ji Song got up and said angrily. An old man parted the crowd and slowly came between Ji Song and Gui Yun. Everyone used a surprised gaze to look at the old man. To be able to flick Gui Yun and Ji Song flying so casually, how terrifying was this old man's strength? Seeing the arrival, Ji Song's expression involuntarily changed, and he exclaimed, "Teacher, why are you here?" Chapter 1357. Kicking a Metal Plate. Chapter 1357. Kicking a metal plate. The old man furrowed his brows, clearly not recognizing Ji Song for a moment. "You're a student of Wu Meng Academy?" said the old man in puzzlement. Ji family went forward to bow and said, "Student Ji Song, Bright Rays City's Ji family's disciple, an inner court earth camp student. I was fortunate to have attended teacher Zhao's alchemy lesson before." The old man came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. Looking at your appearance, you should be carrying out a mission outside, right? Why did you get into a conflict with the Myriad Treasure Tower?" Ji Song could not help being alarmed when he heard and hurriedly pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Teacher, don't misunderstand it. I didn't get into a clash with the Myriad Treasure Tower, but that punk killed my younger brother. I came to find him to take revenge. He's Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist and not considered a member of the Myriad Treasure Tower. He knew that this one in front of him was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. This old man was precisely Xiao Feng, who came from afar. He ran to the Myriad Treasure Tower to kill people and just happened to get caught by him in the act. How could he not explain clearly? This one's status in Wu Meng Capital City was too high. Even Wu Meng Academy hired him to be a guest teacher. Him dealing with the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was fine if his teacher did not encounter him. However, the latter happened to come across him. Ji Song was currently talking and discovered that Xiao Feng's expression became very ugly, and even though that his teacher was outraged on his behalf, he could not help feeling pleased with himself inwardly. He believed that his teacher would stand on his side. After all, Yi Yuan was not considered the Myriad Treasure Tower's people, while he was considered as Xiao Feng's student. "Is his name Yi Yuan?" Xiao Feng asked with a solemn face. Ji Song was currently talking. Suddenly being cut off by Xiao Feng, he could not help choking up and said with a nod, "That's right. He's called Yi Yuan." Xiao Feng's expression changed and no longer bothered with Ji Song. He hurriedly came before Yi Yuan and said joyfully, "You're Yi Yuan, little brother Yi?" Everyone was collectively petrified. An origin deity realm powerhouse called Yi Yuan as little brother Yi? The most shocked was none other than Ji Song. Other people did not recognize Xiao Feng, but Ji Song knew his status in Wu Meng Capital City. Even the city lord manor had to look to him for help. In Wu Meng Capital City, origin deity realm powerhouses were not easily found, but there were still always some around. But peak 3-star alchemy gods could be counted on one's fingers. Even G Song himself held this teacher in esteem too. But now, his teacher actually addressed Yi Yuan as his brother. This was too subverting. In that tone, it even carried a trace of respect. That was right. It was respect. Yi Yuan did not know Xiaofeng, and could not see through his depths either. He just said coolly, "You're the 3-star alchemy god that the myriad treasure tower sent?" Xiaofeng froze and said, "You knew that I was coming?" This old man is Xiaofeng, the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist. I'm also Wu Meng Academy's guest teacher. Seeing Yi Yuan's gaze swept toward G Song, Xiaofeng supplemented a sentence. He was very astonished. When Yi Yuan saw him, there was no surprise in his gaze at all, as if everything was within expectation. A 3-star alchemy god, even an ordinary 3-star alchemy god, also rarely condescended to capitulate their standing, and come to Jewel Hill City, this kind of place. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Are you carrying healing medicinal pills on you?" Xiaofeng froze again, but seeing the heavily injured Yang Rui, he understood very quickly. He fished out a medicinal pill, handing it to Yi Yuan. If the medicinal strength of 3-star divine pills, he definitely can't withstand it. I only have this 2-star high-grade divine healing pill on me. The medicinal strength might be quite strong, so let him take half, Xiaofeng said rather embarrassedly. Xiaofeng as a peak 3-star alchemy god, why would he carry that many 2-star medicinal pills on him? That was also too deigning. A 2-star divine healing pill was already the lousiest medicinal pill on him. Yi Yuan received that divine healing pill and broke the medicinal pill into 2 halves for Yang Rui to consume before saying, "Thank you very much, Master Xiaofeng." This scene made everyone endlessly envious. That was a 2-star high-grade divine pill. Even if one had money, they could not buy it in this Jewel Hill City too. What background does this Yi Yuan have? That old man is the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. Such a major figure is actually so courteous toward a junior. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really incomparably mysterious. A puny little middle-stage grotto profound actually subdued a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yeah. There's even the essence cultivating pill. Do you guys think this old man wouldn't be here for the essence cultivating pill, right? Very likely. This medicinal pill is too incredible. It's impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to not be moved. The G family's people were arrogant and domineering. With this, they kicked a metal plate. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, guessing close to the mark as well. It was just that they never would have dreamed that Xiaofeng coming to find Yi Yuan was actually to learn how to refine the essence cultivating pill from him. A peak 3-star alchemy god finding a 1-star alchemy god to learn pill refinement, no one would believe it even if it was spread out. The expression of G Song by the side was incomparably ugly. He knew that Yi Yuan could not be killed today. But Xiaofeng being here, he did not dare to leave either. It was truly unbelievably awkward. What was laughable was that he still said that he wanted to demolish the Myriad Treasure Tower previously and kill Yi Yuan. Now, the big talk was utterly too big and could not be taken back. The medicinal pill that Xiaofeng refined was indeed powerful. The injuries on Yang Rui's body took a turn for the better very soon. He struggled to get up, and then he respectfully gave a deep bow toward Xiaofeng, saying, "Jewel Hill City's Tower Lord, Yang Rui, pays respects to Elder Xiao." He was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. He was previously still half dubious, half believing of Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that upstairs actually sent Xiaofeng, this big shot, here. Yang Rui knew that Xiaofeng was Wu Meng capital city's myriad treasure towers pillar. He was still secretly speculating in his herd. It wouldn't be that even Elder Xiao could not refine the essence cultivating pill either, right? It was very likely. If Elder Xiao could refine it, upstairs probably would not send people over. The more he thought, the more astounded Yang Rui got. It's been hard on Tower Lord Yang. Toward Yang Rui, Xiaofeng just nodded his head nonchalantly. This was still looking on account of Yi Yuan's face. Normally, Yang Rui did not have the qualifications to meet him at all. Xiaofeng turned to Yi Yuan again and asked, "Little brother Yi, I wonder what's with this incident here today?" One was his student, one was the myriad treasure tower. He naturally had to figure things out properly and not deal with it casually. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The right and wrong, the entire Jewel Hill city is all very clear. His younger brother's death is body's fault but his own, can't blame others." Finished talking, Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matter of the W.A.N.G. family, making Xiaofeng frown heavily. Xiaofeng shot W.A.N.G. Song a glance and said, furrowed brows, "W.A.N.G. Song, I wonder if you have anything to say?" W.A.N.G. Song's expression was very ugly. Chen Yongnian did not say so detailed in the message. He just said how cruel Yi Yuan was, killing his younger brother. Anger rushed to his head, and he immediately rushed over. But he did not expect the whole story of the incident was actually like this. However, in his heart he did not feel that W.A.N.G. Su did anything wrong. His younger brother wanted to kill, you should stick your head out and let him kill. But, at this moment, he had no choice but to lower his head too. He knew that this one in front of him could not be offended. As for Yi Yuan, he could only give the matter further thought. It was this student who didn't figure out the whole story. When I heard that my younger brother was killed, I was unbelievably resentful and indignant in my heart. I directly rushed over, W.A.N.G. Song said unwillingly. Since it's your fault, then apologize to little brother Yi and let this matter drop. Xiaofeng said coolly. Chapter 1358. Suddenly enlightened. Chapter 1358. Suddenly enlightened. This W.A.N.G. family's person is really funny, coming to kill people without forethought. In the end, he even had to extend a formal apology. Whether it's really don't know or feigning ignorance, only he himself is clear in his heart, right? Either way, the W.A.N.G. family doesn't have anyone good. With a younger brother like that, there is bound to be an older brother like that too. The younger brother is so utterly devoid of conscience, and this elder brother probably isn't any better. The current W.A.N.G. Song was pressed to the extreme. Making him apologize to the enemy who killed his younger brother, this was simply unprecedented humiliation to him. In his eyes, Xiaofeng was too obviously biased towards Yi Yuan. This made him indignant in his heart. Except, Xiaofeng's status in Wu Meng capital city is extremely revered. Forget about him, even the entire W.A.N.G. family could not afford to offend. Seeing W.A.N.G. Song waveringly hesitantly, Xiaofeng clearly became somewhat impatient. W.A.N.G. Song's entire body trembled, and he said unwillingly, "This little brother, it was I who was reckless beforehand, hope that little brother forgives." Whether an apology was sincere or not, Yi Yuan could naturally discern with one glance. This kind of arrogant at heart and haughty in manner person would only feel that it was all other people's fault. How could he feel that it was his fault? Immediately, Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "I Deputy City Lord W.A.N.G. this brother, this Yi is unworthy to become friends with. In the future, if you want to find this Yi to take revenge again, this Yi will take it all." Xiaofeng was rather surprised. This Yi Yuan was so domineering. Bright Rays City's W.A.N.G. family's power, he was naturally aware. Ordinary people really could not afford to offend such a major family. Yi Yuan's words were equivalent to declaring war on the entire Wang family. Could it be that this Yi Yuan was a fox, summing the majesty of a tiger, borrowing his strength to make the other party lower his head? Thinking of this, he could not help spurning Yi Yuan slightly. But this young man's alchemy strength was indeed remarkable. If he could have him join the myriad treasure tower because of this, there was no harm either. Wang Song had an embarrass, said look as he said, not at all, why would I? Teacher, if there's nothing, Wang Song will take my leave here. Go on, Xiaofeng said coolly. Getting Xiao Feng's approval, Wang Song was akin to being granted amnesty, fleeing like flying. This place, he could not stay for a moment longer. With that farce ending, Yang Rui welcomed Xiao Feng into the myriad treasure tower. Yang Rui never dreamed that Elder Xiao would actually personally descend upon Jewel Hill City, and failed to welcome. Hope that Elder Xiao doesn't blame this Yang Rui. Yang Rui said politely again. Yang Rui was very perplexed. Why would the likes of Xiao Feng easily come to Jewel Hill City, this kind of place? If it was just in order to learn the essence cultivating pill, it was truly making a big fuss over nothing. Xiao Feng smiled and said, I believe that you also know I came for little brother Yi. This essence cultivating pill is extraordinary. Yi Yuan said, this Yi is very surprised too. With master status, you actually came to Jewel Hill City personally. This essence cultivating pill, an initial stage 3-star alchemy God, should already be able to comprehend it. These words coming out of a 1-star alchemy God's mouth appeared very ridiculous. Except, regardless of whether it was Xiao Feng or Yang Rui, they both felt that these words had nothing wrong. Xiao Feng was a peak 3-star alchemy God. A tier 1 divine pill that even he could not refine. It could be seen how incredible this medicinal pill was. Actually, Yi Yuan did not know how impressive 3-star alchemy Gods were. This standard was also dustless explaining to him to hear. It was just that when he saw that divine healing pill, Yi Yuan knew that this one in front of him absolutely could not be underestimated. Everyone has their shortcomings and merit. Little brother Yi, why not, let's start? Xiao Feng said with a smile. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded either, directly saying, Elder Xiao, please. Wang Song did not leave Jewel Hill City, but he directly entered the City Lord Manor. Seeing Qin Yongyan, Wang Song naturally could not dispense with a bout of grumbling. Dear me, my brother Wang, how would I know that Teacher Xiao will appear in Jewel Hill City? Looks like the essence cultivating pill has already alarmed the myriad treasure tower's upper echelons. But could it be that, even Teacher Xiao, this kind of alchemy master, can't refine the essence cultivating pill too? Thinking up to this point, Chen Yongyan and Wang Song exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other party's eyes. A mere middle-grade Tier 1 divine pill actually startled a peak 3-star alchemy God. This was simply too inconceivable. They only knew that the essence cultivating pill was good stuff, but did not know how difficult it was to refine the essence cultivating pill. Now, with Xiao Feng as a reference, they finally had a clear understanding. Is this essence cultivating pill really so amazing? Wang Song frowned and said, more than amazing. Before this, I'd once taken a superior grade essence cultivating pill, and can you guess the result? Chen Yongyan said. What? Wang Song had his curiosity stirred by Chen Yongyan and could not resist asking. Not hiding from you, before consuming the essence cultivating pill, my realm already hasn't moved in 10 years. Wang Song's gaze turned intent, revealing a dumbfounded look. A middle-grade Tier 1 divine pill actually had an effect on middle-grade Heaven Glimpse middle-grade. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, he finally knew why Xiao Feng came to Jewel Hill City from very far away. Yi Yuan's value was too great. Ji Song's expression became very ugly. If it was really like this, it would not be so easy for him to want to deal with Yi Yuan. The matter is somewhat troublesome. With teacher Xiao as his backer, my younger brother's enmity will probably never be avenged. Ji Song gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said this. Chen Yongnian felt his head swell too. He was also put in a wretched state by Yi Yuan. Now, he was already without prestige in Jewel Hill City. Not killing Yi Yuan, it was hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Suddenly, Chen Yongnian's mind stirred and he said, Brother since the Myriad Treasure Tower already obtained the essence cultivating pills pill formula, why not let's report this matter to the capital city? Ji Song's eyes lit up, but they dimmed down again very quickly. He said, no doubt the capital city can't possibly sit by idly and remain indifferent, but if that punk hides in the Myriad Treasure Tower and not come out, we can't do anything to him either. Chen Yongnian heaved a sigh and said, at this point, we can only take things one step at a time. With this, another half a year's time said. Even Xiao Feng himself also did not expect that he actually used an entire half a year's time to break through this essence cultivating pill's last layer. Only upon hearing Yi Yuan expound on the essence cultivating pill's principles did Xiao Feng discover that turned out his understanding of Tier 1 divine pills was not as deep as he imagined. On the contrary, along with the sing of time, he discovered his ignorance more and more. It turned out that Tier 1 divine pills actually still had so many profound truths. In a trance, he seemed to have touched some incredible existence. I profited more from a conversation with you than 10 years of studying books. Little brother Yi, this half a year. Really let this old man see the light. Xiao Feng said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too modest. Many of your views had tremendous benefits to this Yi as well. This was not Yi Yuan currying favor. Xiao Feng's peak 3-star alchemy God status was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. His understanding of alchemy Dao was clearly much deeper than Yi Yuan. Many things, he could operate from a strategically advantageous position, entering remotely, making Yi Yuan similarly be enlightened all of a sudden. Actually, this half a year was a mutual teaching process. Talking about this, Xiao Feng was even more amazed. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability toward alchemy Dao was too strong. Some originally very obscure things, he could often draw inferences and draw logies. He finally knew why Yi Yuan could refine the essence cultivating pill while he could not. Chapter 1359. A Person with Stories. Chapter 1359. A Person with Stories. Yi Yuan, your alchemy talent is astonies. Hi+ing. Why not officially join my Myriad Treasure Tower? Xiao Feng officially extended an invitation to Yi Yuan. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely not refuse. Without the Myriad Treasure Tower's protection, Yi Yuan was not enough to fill the crevices between the G family's teeth at all. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever person and knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks for Senior's appreciation. But this Yi already has a place to go. Yi Yuan's reply made Xiao Feng stupefied. Clearly, this answer caught him somewhat off guard. Yi Yuan, that G family's junior only apologized to you due to my pressure. It's just that this way, he probably harbors even more grudge towards you. You probably don't understand Brightrace City's G family's strength yet, right? Xiao Feng advised Yi Yuan, thinking that the latter could not figure out the situation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Yi is naturally clear about this. But I have my own plans. But Senior rest assured, we still have a teacher-student relations. Hi+P. Xiao Feng's brows furrowed, not quite understanding Yi Yuan's words. But very soon, he understood and said in surprise, "You're going to enter the Wu Meng Academy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes. Geniuses gather at Wu Meng Academy. This Yi looks forward to it very much." Xiao Feng felt rather fluid as teared and urged, "Yi Yuan, your alchemy talent is astonies. Hi+ing, even this old man sighs at my own inferiority. You can enjoy immense resources at the Myriad Treasure Tower and don't have to go compete with the other juniors." Wu Meng Academy also placed emphasis on the nurturing of alchemists. But the most important thing was still martial arts. Going to Wu Meng Academy to be an ordinary student, the resources obtained were very limited. One even had to crack their heads to compete for resources with other students. In the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan could dive into researching alchemy Dao. With his talent, his future accomplishments would be limitless. In Xiao Feng's view, Yi Yuan was attending to the superficials and neglecting the essentials here. Yi Yuan just smiled and said nothing when he heard that. Clearly, he had already made up his mind. When Xiao Feng saw this, he just sighed and said, forget it, since that's the case, it's up to you. You giving this essence cultivating pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Myriad Treasure Tower owes you a great favor. This is a bronze Myriad Treasure token. Holding this token, you enjoy a 30% discount when purchasing goods at all Myriad Treasure Towers. Additionally, there are 10 million low-grade Divine Essence stones inside here. It's not much, but just take it as the price of buying out the essence cultivating pill. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. He received the token and thanked. Many thanks, Senior. Laughing out, Xiao Feng scolded him. You brat, insisting on doing this kind of thing where you reject what's near and seek that is far. If you were willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why would you care about this discount? Xiao Feng really had the heart of loving a talent stirred, that was why he was like that. Living together for half a year, the two people could not help developing a sense of appreciation for one another. Unknowingly, Xiao Feng and Yi Yuan became friends despite a great difference in age just like that. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, actually, it's all the same. Entering the Wu Meng Academy, I can similarly go and listen to Senior's lecture on Dao. Xiao Feng shook his head and said, you probably don't have this opportunity anymore. This half a year, this old man gleaned considerable gains. After going back this time, I'll probably be in close seclusion for a very long time. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, could Senior be going to break through that layer of windowpane paper? Xiao Feng chortled with laughter and said, maybe I can, perhaps I can't. But, if I can, you'll claim half the credit. This favor, this old man has received it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's Senior's heavy ACCU. Mulation of comprehension erupting, so what's it got to do with me? However, Yi Yuan will congratulate Senior here first. Xiao Feng was already grand completion origin deity realm. Advancing another step, that was divine lord realm. How many powerhouses were blocked in front of this great realm? Those able to take this step were dukes and princes of a region. If Xiao Feng was really able to break through, it would naturally be a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to the sky in one move. Xiao Feng laughed loudly and said, you brat, nothing tangible is in sight yet, and you're already full of nonsense. This step is as hard as ascending to heaven, so how can it be that easy to break through? Alright, not talking about this anymore. Since you want to go to Wu Meng capital city, why not just go together with this old man? Yi Yuan smiled and said, couldn't ask for more. Dustless knowledge was unparalleled. But he was not a genuine alchemy G.O.D. after all. Xiao Feng's insights in alchemy Dao was rather deep and gave Yi Yuan tremendous inspiration. Along the way, he could sit and debate on Dao with him. These few years, Liang Wanru lost a lot of weight. gradually becoming thinner and pining away, was roughly like this. Miss Wanru. That dream-haunting voice sounded out behind her, making her entire body tremble. Sir Yi, you finally came to see Wanru. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Liang Wanru's tears could not help trickling down her cheek. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly avoided her and virtually never came to see her before. Although she learned of Yi Yuan's feelings from Hong Yin there, she could not forget Yi Yuan no matter what. That moment when Yi Yuan rescued her from the Liang family's dungeon, her heart could not hold anyone else anymore. Later on, Yi Yuan broke into the W.A.N.G. family and refined a divine pill. In Liang Wanru's view, it was like a legend. Liang Wanru seemingly looking haggard, how could Yi Yuan not see it? He let out a sigh and said, Miss Wanru, why must you be like this? Liang Wanru rushed into Yi Yuan's embrace all at once and said, Wanru doesn't care. Really don't care. Wanru already has nothing in the world, if even you don't want me to, I can only die. She was not scaring Yi Yuan. After she came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan was already her sole conviction to live on. Yi Yuan lightly caressed her back and said with a bitter smile, Miss Wanru is this Ye's savior, how can this Yi possibly not want you? It's just that this Yi is really unable to accept your feelings. Yi Yuan sighed with melancholy, his words full of helplessness and pain. When Mu Lingxue sacrificed her divine soul to trigger ice sealing 10,000 miles, it also froze Yi Yuan's heart. Even Yu Mengli, who shared life and death with him, was also unable to melt this ice heart. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's pain, Liang Wanru raised her head and looked at Yi Yuan, and involuntarily trembled. She discovered that the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes actually had tears falling. Back then, when Yi Yuan was heavily injured on the verge of death, he never made a single groan either. In Liang Wanru's heart, Yi Yuan was a man of indomitable spirit. But such a man would actually shed tears too. What on earth did he experience? Indeed, Yi Yuan's heart was higher than the heavens. He wanted to be that 10th Tao ancestor. It was just that Yi Yuan himself also knew that that was merely a great N.O.B.L.Y. aspiration that he made. This path was far too difficult, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times harder than when he broke through to deity realm in the Immortal Grove region. Liang Wanru suddenly felt her heart aching, and all because Yi Yuan did not accept her. Yi Yuan's tears seemingly flowed into her heart, making her feel the same. Suddenly, Liang Wanru had a great impulse to want to understand this man's past. She discovered that this man, who was not that old, seemed to have many, many stories. Sir Yi, don't chase me away, all right? Wanru doesn't need you to make any promises. I only request to be able to follow by your side, even as a slave. Liang Wanru suddenly ceased her sobbing and said firmly. Chapter 1360, Top Dog. Chapter 1360. Top Dog, an archaic city wall that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, continued in an unbroken line, like an enormous dragon dancing in the air underneath the firmament, making people daunted at the sight of it. Wu Meng capital city's magnificence, only by experiencing it personally, could one really feel it. When Han Tian saw Xiao Feng once more, he could not help getting a huge shock. Elder Xiao, you really comprehended new things? Xiao Feng coming back this time, his aura was clearly different. It actually gave him an elusive feeling. There seemed to be something about to erupt within his body. Without a doubt, Xiao Feng definitely had attained deeper comprehension. Even if he could not really break through that step, he would also be closer to that step. Xiao Feng smiled and said, Hoo, it looks like this old man's response wasn't wrong. During this trip, I really gleaned considerable benefits. Although Xiao Feng's answer was not so certain, it was sufficient to make Han Tian shocked. That boy called Yi Yuan is really so miraculous? Han Tian said in shock. Xiao Feng nodded his head and said, even more miraculous than you imagine. This boy is simply born for alchemy. In terms of depths, he's inferior to me, but in terms of foundation, I'm too far behind to catch up. Han Tian's gaze turned intent, monstrous waves stirring in his heart. These words coming out of Xiao Feng's mouth, the weight was too heavy. Although Xiao Feng's character was gentle, his pride was contained in the bones. This point, Han Tian was all too clear. Working together for so many years, Han Tian had yet to hear him praise a person like this before. Moreover, it was even a junior who was just grotto profound realm. However, to be able to make Xiao Feng have some insights, it was sufficient to indicate this Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Han Tian knew that Han Tian was already stuck in this realm for more than 10,000 years. Hearing you say so, I'm really interested in this boy. Oh right, such a talent mustn't be missed. Han Tian said. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Tower Lord. That kid has already decided to enter the Wu Meng Academy. Han Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and said, Elder Xiao, such a talent, how can you let him go? Xiao Feng said helplessly, This old man already did my best. Along the way, this old man has worn my lips out, but that boy is a stubborn donkey. Once he decides on something, body can pull him back. Han Tian said disappointedly, Sigh, truly a pity. Xiao Feng said, Tower Lord doesn't need to be too disappointed either. This old man is also considered good friends with him despite a great difference in age now. On account of this old man's face, he has already agreed to continue to be our Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. With this layer of relations, HI plus P there, he can't cut away from the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, Yang Rui has done pretty well these few years, maintaining a strong relations. HI plus P with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, that boy values relations. HI plus PS and friends. HI plus PS immensely. He won't do something like kicking someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. Only after hearing Xiao Feng said so did Han Tian feel a little better. But his eyes still could not hide the look of disappointment. Yang Rui, this kid is pretty good, promote him to be a deacon then. The connection with Yi Yuan in the future will be pas said to him, Han Tian said. Xiao Feng smiled and said, Hoo, you're making an exception to promote him. Regardless of whether it is strength or seniority, he's not enough to be a deacon. However, if we can maintain Yi Yuan's layer of relations, HI plus P well, the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely obtain even greater benefits in the future. Oh right, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan had an agreement. If Yi Yuan fails during the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, he'll join the Myriad Treasure Tower. Han Tian's eyes lit up and he said, Since that's the case, why not we do some tricks in the test, how about it? Xiao Feng hurriedly said, Don't. That boy is shrewd, even me going to Jewel Hill City, he could guess. You doing so, if it's detected by him, it will have an opposite effect. Alright, this old man already can't wait to enter seclusion. That boy offended Brightrace City's W.A.N.G. family, I'm worried that they will trip that boy, you need to pay attention. Han Tian scolded laughingly, I got it. You old punk, probably can't even wait for a moment, right? Really envious of you. Han Tian, still don't know when I can take this step. With Wu Meng Academy's examination approaching, the young faces in the city also became more. In Clearwind Inn, it was already overcrowded by mostly young faces. These young martial artists were mostly accompanied by followers. At first glance, they were the disciples of wealthy and influential families. G.R.A.S. Srut's martial artists were short on resources, cultivation arduous. Wanting to have some accomplishments before 200 years old was very, very difficult. Hence, those coming to Partik. 1. p. 8 in the examination were mostly the various major counties' major families' disciples. Genuine G.R.A. As Srut's martial artists were very few. Those able to spend at Clearwind Inn, this kind of large restaurant, were even rarer. I heard that Wu Meng Academy's examination this time just happens to coincide with the new year. The young martial artists taking part in the examination are as many as 1,000,000 people. It's useless no matter how many people. Wu Meng Academy's examination doesn't regulate the number. As long as one can pass through 3 rounds of assessments, they can be admitted. Whether or not they can pass through the examination depends entirely on their own strength. That might be the case, but with this number increasing, the number of geniuses will also increase. Probably this time, there will be quite a number of formidable people appearing. I wonder this time, who can seize the spot of the top dog? That makes sense. To talk about the top dog, it's probably among the Wu Meng 4 young masters, as well as Brilliant Pea City and East Dock City, these few cities, those few people, right? Most likely. These few people are too strong. Those able to be their match are also the few of them. In a corner window seat, 4 people sat around the table, currently listening attentively to the others' discussions. These 4 people were precisely Yi Yuan, Yang Rui, Liang Wanru, and Luo Jin, 4 people. First time here, Yi Yuan naturally had to understand the local customs and practices. Hearing top dog these 2 words, Yi Yuan became interested. Brother Yang, what is this top dog? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, the person who passes through 3 rounds and ranks first. Yi Yuan said curiously, this isn't hard to understand. It's just that obtaining this top dog, are there any benefits? Yang Rui said, that is, of course. The person who gets to become the top dog is able to obtain a generous reward. More importantly, he'll become City Lord, His Excellency's in-name disciple. When he ascends to the inner court, he'll become City Lord, His Excellency's personal disciple, with his status incomparably exalted. The resources enjoyed is also not what the others can compare to. Therefore, the once every 100 years entrance examination, the fight for the top dog is the most intense. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said, so that's how it is. It's just, even if one obtains this top dog, they might not firmly occupy first place in the future either, right? The path of martial Tao was full of variables. Today's number 1 might not mean the future's number 1. Some people's thick accumulations erupt, catching up from behind. One-shotting the top dog back then was not an impossibility. Yang Rui nodded and said, hence, the top dog is just an in-name disciple and not a personal disciple. If he fades into the crowd in the future, then he'll forever be an in-name disciple. But even so, the title of the top dog represents taking cultivation's expressway, future accomplishments limitless. After all, the resources he enjoys is what others can't compare to. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Becoming the top dog was equivalent to having special privileges. Cultivation was naturally faster than others. For the others to want to surpass, they must put in 100 times, 1,000 times the effort. Those able to truly surpass the top dog were extremely, extremely few.